All right, good morning, everyone. I'm going to go with the idea that we have now joined the conference and have have everyone in there. And thank you. I think that was the last little technical hurdle to get started this morning. Just a quick reminder also that we have the hand-raising tool up and there, so please use it if you want to. But I'm ready to go. We're going to get started. So I just wanted to just welcome everyone here for the November 18th EAC meeting. Just a reminder, this is the last meeting face-to-face for this year. So there is not a December meeting, so if you have made plans or otherwise, then don't make them. But we're going to kick really quickly into the start of this, and Karen is here, and we're going to just go, before we do the attendance and variety of little things, we're going to just kick this right to Karen, who's here for now. So if you're ready, Karen, we're going to just move this right to you. So here you go, Karen.
Karen Peltz-Strauss, Deputy Bureau Chief of the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau, for those of you watching this on the internet. And I'm just going to give a very, very brief overview. We haven't had a whole lot of different activities. You guys meet so often that from month to month there's not a whole lot that's new, but I did want to report, of course, that you know that the National Emergency Alerting System test was conducted. And I want to extend extraordinary thanks to everyone that helped make this test a reality. It was a very important test to have. There were concerns, as many of you know, that the visual on the test did not provide information that the test was just a test for programming that came over cable networks. And there was concern about actually not having the test for a while because of that. And we extend our very great appreciation to the deaf and hard of hearing community who agreed that the test should go forward anyway. And in fact, as you may know, there were some complications that we learned need to be smoothed out. And that was exactly the reason that we had the test, to find things that might go wrong. And we have our technical experts now working on resolving those matters. So we really do appreciate your willingness to work with us. A special thanks goes out to the National Association of the Deaf, Telecommunications for the Deaf, and the Hearing Loss Association of America, who worked very closely with us on trying to resolve some of these concerns, as well as to the various video programming distributors and programmers that worked with us on trying to create measures to fill the gap through crawls and public service announcements and various other means. I also want to thank all of you who helped, especially Cheryl, who helped to disseminate information to the public to make sure that people knew that this was just a test. The rest of my announcements are really just informational in terms of some things that are going on. I wanted to mention to you that we are having an M-Enabling Summit coming up. It's called, as I said, M-Enabling Summit, and I have some brochures here. I'm going to hand them out. This is a summit that is on an international level. We are expecting on December 5th, the summit will be occurring on December 5th and 6th. It is occurring in the morning of the 5th here, and its focus is on wireless access technologies for people with disabilities. We have been working with an entity called G3ICT, which is part of the International Telecommunications Union that focuses on implementation of the United Nations Conference on Convention on the Civil Rights of People with Disabilities. We are going to have, we're expecting to have as many as 250 people here in this room, with delegates from, I can't remember the number of nations, but I think around 35 nations now have responded. So this should be a spectacular event. As I mentioned, we're having it in the morning here on the 5th. It's open to anybody. We welcome you to attend. We just do ask that you RSVP. You can RSVP to me if you'd like, or to Pam Gregory. Each of us, all you have to do is write our names, karen.strauss@fcc.gov or pam.gregory@fcc.gov. The afternoon of the 5th is the event is going to be moving over to the Gaylord Hotel, which is off-site of our premises, and there is a fee for that, and that will be on the afternoon of the 5th and the full day of the 6th. And on the 6th, there is a specific panel dedicated to emergency access services, which I believe that some people in this room may be participating in. So we encourage you. Christian Vogler will be participating in that panel, and we will be focusing on, in that panel, access to wireless services. On December 7th, we continue the festivities by coming back here to the FCC for an international conference on broadband and people with disabilities. And again, that one is open to the public, and we are working with various bureaus around the commission to make that event as informative as possible. So we invite you to all three events. Again, the one on the morning of the 5th and on the full day on the 7th are open to the public and free. And I have materials. I think that's about it. So okay. Oh, thank you. And comments are due, as you know, you're moving side by side with the NG 911 NPRM. Comments are now due December 10th, and reply comments are due January 12th. And those dates will probably be important to you as you discuss the final stages of your report. Again, I want to thank you. I see lots of activity, and that your report is nearly complete. And Cheryl and I have talked and agree that you should be taking the extra time that you need, and I'm sure the chair will go into, and David will go into the timing of that. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. I was wondering if you were going to be able to stick around for just a few minutes to answer. I think there's a couple questions dealing with the activity around here.
I have 5 minutes now. I'm going to be coming back. I just have an 11 o'clock meeting that I need to go to, but I can answer questions for 5 minutes if you'd like.
Go ahead, Matt. You has one.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
Matt Gerst, CTI. Karen, I was wondering if you could explain a little bit more. The last meeting that we had at the EAC, I believe Patrick Donovan said that with respect to the NG 911 proceeding, that the EAC would be exempt from certain requirements that the Commission has. So can you go through that a little bit, just so that everyone is fully understanding of that waiver?
Okay. Actually, Cheryl King prepared an ex parte PN, and why don't I just hand it to her for a second?
Yes, to Matt. This is Cheryl King. Matt, and then everyone. The Commission rules would require that anytime you talk to any of the FCC staff, you would have to file an ex parte notification to the Commission. But under certain circumstances, the Commission has exempted advisory committees, and we did do that. We initiated and released a public notice that went out to all members, and I'd be glad to resend it. It should be on our webpage as well, but exempting the EAC from the ex parte rules. So ex parte notifications do not need to be filed by our proceedings, and the FCC staff is in the room. Yes, Matt, follow up?
So, Matt Gerst, just to clarify then, so with respect to the comment deadlines for the NG 911 proceeding, this group isn't beholden to those deadlines with respect to submitting anything after those deadlines have passed?
I can't hear the person, so it's difficult for the interpreters to pick up on what's being spoken.
Sorry, I'll repeat the question. Basically, this group can submit documents or information to the Commission that would be included in the NG 911 proceeding beyond the comment deadlines that have been proposed for comment and reply comments.
The microphone is not working. We cannot hear anyone.
Oh, can you hear me?
John Snap.
Has left the conference.
I can hear you, but I can't hear the person that's in the distance asking questions.
It might be that your microphone is no good. Why don't you try a different microphone?
Does this one work? Does this one work?
Yes, we can hear that.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to repeat your question? Did you repeat it?
Sure. It was
Okay.
my question. This is Matt Gerst. Was just that the EAC can submit documents or reports or anything that's pertinent to the NG911 proceeding beyond the comment and reply comment period.
Okay, so the report is due 1 year after the establishment of the committee, but you are free to file comments on the NG91 report by those deadlines, or you can always supplement them afterwards. I mean, it's the true of any, it's the same as for any proceeding at the commission. Would be an ex parte or a late filed comment after that.
This is Cheryl King. I would like to remind everyone to identify yourself before you speak so that people on the bridge and the interpreters can identify the speakers. So if you don't give your name and you're in the room, I'm going to give you the name sign. That means give us your name. All right?
Now, did you want to talk about timing of the report? No. Cheryl's shaking her head vigorously no. So I'm going to...
I have a different opinion, but that's okay.
Okay, well...
We are going to talk about it.
Okay, but not now.
You don't know the latest. Okay.
Say no more. I'm going to be stepping out, and I will be coming back.
Research and motion.
Has joined the conference.
So thank you, Karen. You will be back, you said?
I will.
Okay, that's great. I'm sure we will have more questions for you when you get here. So thank you.
And this is Cheryl. Also, Patrick Donovan may be in and out. And I think there are a couple of other EAC members that may be in and out, both on the bridge and in the room. It's a busy day. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah. All right, we're going to just jump right to the roll call, and then we're going to just get right to the roll call here, Cheryl, and then let's get right into the agenda of the day.
All right. This is Cheryl. And we'll call the roll. Let me do in the person in the room first. We have Brian Daly. We have David Zumba. Laura Flaherty, Mark Fletcher, Matt Gerst, Marta Kinder, Cheryl King, Chris Littlewood, Bob Mather, Neil McDivitt, Jim Nixon, Dwayne Sennett, Susan Sherwood, Alfred Sonnenstrahl. Karen was here and will be back. We have Mark Stern, Greg Vanderheiden, Christian Vogler, and Norm Williams. Is there anyone in the room that I've missed? I see no hands. Thank you. On the conference bridge, Bernard Aboba, are you there? Angel Arocho, Jim Coleman, Ronnie Cotton, Sherry Farina, Greg Fields,
Greg is here. Thank you.
Daniel Folk,
I'm here. Thank you.
Kevin Green,
I'm here, thank you.
Gunnar Hellstrom,
Yes, I'm here.
Brad Hodges,
Good morning. Brad Hodges is here.
Brendan Casper. He's someone who will be in and out during the day. Rebecca Ledoux, Paul Michaelis,
Paul Michaelis is here.
Don Mitchell,
Yes.
Donna Platt, Richard Ray. Richard, did you make it back to the bridge?
Yep.
All right, thank you. Marcy Roth, Laura Ruby,
Laura's here.
Greg Schumacher,
I'm here.
John Snap,
Here.
Arnold Van Wyck, Joel Zev.
Joel Zev is here.
Have I missed anyone on the bridge?
Arnold Van Wyck is here.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the name?
Arnold Van Wyck.
Arnold, welcome. And we also have Shelley Blakeney and Mary Bruner in the room. All right, is there anyone else on the bridge? All right, that's the attendance, David. Shall we call for the minutes? Okay.
Yes, let's just get through those things.
Since my mic is working, Cheryl King again. You all received a copy of the draft minutes of last month's EAC meeting. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes? Anyone on the bridge have any additions or corrections to the minutes? All right. Are there any objections to unanimous adoption of the minutes as drafted? I see no objection. David, the minutes are good to go.
Is that the main items? Okay. All right. So I'd like to just get started really on why we're here. So we have, over the last months, conducted a survey results, and late summer and September we have really been working hard with all of the subcommittees, the Tiger teams, and individually everyone here as part of the ACT on this recommendations and report that's due into December 7th. So I think a couple of things we want to kind of go through before we get into the document and start going through lines and paragraphs and stuff. We kind of want to run through just getting a couple of things worked out for today. And for everyone here, again, thank you very much for all of the hard work. There's been an enormous amount of work that's been done to get the document to the point where we're at now. We have hundreds of pages of the draft report, and we have hundreds of comments to the draft report. So I want to put that on the table. I also want to remind everyone that our deliverable is December 7th. And I bring that up because I want to make sure we remind everybody that the deliverable is not to finish the document and all the work on December 7th, but as we start to discuss the draft document, the comments, some of the process issues, the deliverables and stuff, we've got to understand that there are some interim steps that will have to be done to get to that deliverable date. So just to go through where we're at now, everybody's had the draft, has the comments. And so the couple of things that I'd like to bring to the table, at least this morning, and work out, are at least a couple of things on the top of my mind, are one, the process. And that's going to be, I think, very key to making sure that the integrity of what we've done and what we're going to do to get to the deliverable is important. And the second thing is what are we going to deliver on the 7th? And so we have a lot of information that's been done to kind of get to some of those points. And then once we agree, am I talking too fast, on the deliverables, we'll discuss some of these interim milestones to get to those dates. So just to remind us, this is November 18th. The document is due to the FCC. I know I'm going to say this a few times today. By the end of business Eastern time on the 7th, we have to allow time in there for the changes to be made, the reviews to be made, and so forth. So again, just to talk about the couple of things today. So we're going to run through. We're going to open this up. So a couple of things I want to make sure is people have an opportunity to ask questions. To be pretty blunt, we have to be very blunt on what we're going through today, because the deliverable that we have on the 7th, we have to be very focused on what we're going to deliver, and then how we're going to go through and review those comments, get consensus where we can, how we're going to address the things that maybe we can't get consensus on, and how we'll document those things, and then go through that stuff. But Lori, you had a question?
Lori Flaherty, just a comment, just in terms of process, I know I've been part of these advisory groups before. I believe the group has to take a final vote on the document before it is delivered, so that will be part of the process as well.
So our interim milestones are going to be very short, I think, is probably to let everybody know. So I think I'm going to throw out a couple of things we're going to discuss a little bit. So we really have to come up with the conclusion after through this discussion on the process is what we're going to deliver. But I want to step back just a second and kind of talk a little bit about the report and some of the information we received, and kind of categorize a little bit of these editorial comments, technical comments, general comments. And we've asked Dwayne Sennett to be at the table a little bit, and he is the I guess the editor of the document. And just to remind everyone, Dwayne's not going to change stuff because he thinks he needs to change it. He will not change anything in the document unless we tell him to change this to that. So, but he's going to need some time to kind of make these changes, format the document, variety of little things just to kind of clean it up. So I'm going to kind of step back a little bit before we make this conclusion on what we're going to deliver, because I think that's the key output of this morning's discussion and the process. Dwayne had a couple comments about the editorial section of this a little bit, and I kind of wanted him to discuss sort of what he had seen from going through the document in hopes that maybe we can kind of consolidate some of this information into some reasonable groupings and see what we can actually try to accomplish before the 7th. And I'm going to go to the co-committee here a little bit to please add what I missed, to clarify what I didn't clarify, and if I got something absolutely wrong, let me know. So I was going to kick it off to Dwayne for just to start some of that discussion, and I wanted to go to Greg on some things too.
This is Cheryl. This is Cheryl. And before we start into the editorial and actually looking at the comments, I think that if we give an overview of where we hope to go today, and then between now and the 7th, that it would be helpful. You have received a document that says how we will process the comments today, and there's also a piece of paper, and all of this has been emailed to everyone on the bridge. There are dates and deadlines, and I'm going to look at the dates and deadlines first.
Having a conference here.
Cheryl King again. We have, you know from yesterday that the deadline was extended for your score sheet, the ranking of the comments. And those are now due on Tuesday the 22nd. As we proceed through the process today, there is a grouping that has been identified where there may be missing text, or someone has said, you need to say more about this. Well, if you think there's something that needs to be said more, then if you don't supply that information in text, then it's not going to be done. So if you feel strongly that something needs to be written that's not in there, then you need to take responsibility for putting it together and submitting it. And as we identify those areas today that can't be resolved, in other words, if there's something that's missing still, it's a fairly clear general opinion of the coordination committee that it could just be deleted. If it hasn't been done by now, we should just do away with it. The coordination group, which is David Zumba, Richard Ray, me, Patrick Donovan, Dwayne Sennett, and Greg Vanderheiden, that's the coordination group. We are going to propose today that if we are not able to address every comment today, in other words, if we defer issues or recommendations, if we defer it for further deliberation, we would like to suggest that we convene some additional people, maybe 3 more from the policy subcommittee and 3 more people from the technical subcommittee, to give us a 12-person conference committee. Like on the Hill, if the House side passes a bill and the Senate passes a companion bill that is similar but not the same, it will be given to a conference committee. who will resolve conflicts, develop a conference document, conference bill, and then that goes back out to the House and Senate chambers for an up or down vote on the conference report and the conference bill. We're going to adopt that kind of a process for issues that we can't address today and resolve. There are likely to be two categories remaining. One is just issues that we're not able to reach any agreement on by December 7th, and we're going to defer those areas to look at after the 7th. But there will likely be a group of comments, recommendations that the conference committee can work out, sort of like the Tiger teams did before. We have set aside a full day of to address this for Wednesday the 23rd. And we have Thanksgiving and hopefully the Friday off. But by Monday the 28th, any comments or additional text is due back in. The Monday through Thursday, then the conference committee will continue to work so that by December 1st, final copy is submitted to Dwayne, who will wrap it all up. And then that final document will be sent out to the committee, and our goal is Monday, December the 5th, for that adoption by the members of that conference committee report and recommendations. And we will need you to give us a quick turnaround so that we can finalize the document to be delivered to the commission on December the 7th. All right. So we have Dwayne comments and Greg comments. Dwayne is deferring to Greg Vanderheiden to be the next to speak.
Our participant has joined
Okay.
the conference.
Dwayne's going to be talking about the advisory techniques, comments, I'm sorry, the editorial comments. I just wanted to point out that as you're reviewing them, there are several of them that are in editorial now that belong in one of our later sorts, and I didn't pull them out because they were all in the editorial, but just so that you know, later we'll be talking about places where there is missing text. They are all, a number of them are listed in here, and they are 246, 621. You'll see them when you go through. You can just ignore those when you hit them, because we will consider those when we consider later when we ask if there are any areas with missing text that people think are really critical. So in accepting these edits, you wouldn't be accepting those. The other thing is that after we go through the list, we will be talking about at the end a second section talking about the what you call SIP that is on the internet by itself. And there's two other comments, 123 and 125, I should say E123 and 125, that should have been pulled and put there at the end as well. So those are two things that are in the first block called 1A that will be actually considered separately. So as you're considering it, if you trip over those, don't worry about those. So I will turn it over to Dwayne to talk about the editorial comments.
This is Dwayne. Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, this is Dwayne Sennett, serving as the editor on this document. In regards to the editorial comments, pretty much all of them are pure editorial. There are a few sections where there are multiple comments proposing editorial changes, and they have different proposed changes. I am proposing that be remanded to the conference committee to select which option of the change I should implement, and I will identify those to the conference committee so they can determine which option they want to do. The other thing that's in the editorial comments is statements such as the figure needs to be updated or something of that manner, but no updated figure has been provided. So I need to have replacement or updated figures in order to incorporate them. Or give me the figure number and document number of which to go retrieve them if it's a reference out of another document. So, Cheryl, that is the high-level review of the editorial comments in this first section, and any conflicts or anything that is identified, I propose that I'll take to the committee for their guidance and recommendation.
I have a comment, Gunnar, here.
Go ahead, Gunnar.
Gunnar Hellström here. There are some conflicts, or at least occasions of edit comments to same things as the editorial. I mean, proposals for technical edits to the same, and you have not identified them. So be aware of that you find the same line number in other edits.
Okay, I know Al has a question, and I think Greg has a comment, and Brian. So, Al, Greg, Brian.
This is Al Suttenstrahl speaking from CSD. I very much appreciate this amendment of the deadlines, but I have a question with regard to the conference committee. Do they meet in person, face-to-face, or do they do so by way of some kind of telecommunications vehicle? The updates are quite difficult for the deaf members to follow, sometimes through the conversation in a teleconference format. Using video relay service or with an interpreter who's not familiar with the content at hand and all of the turn-taking mechanisms. So it's very difficult for deaf participants to follow. I'm wondering if there are any plans afoot to hold a face-to-face session or conference meeting on site here.
This is David to respond. There has not been any agreement yet to have a face-to-face meeting. We had anticipated more of some sort of an online collaboration or something. We have six. Is that what we have? 6 days to do it. So, yeah. So, we'll do that. No, not there. But let's keep that open. But I want to get to Greg, and then Brian, and then go ahead to Dwayne.
Okay. All right, the process for this is a big chunk. If we can clear, this is Greg Vanderheiden. This is a big chunk that we can clear, and the process we're going to be using is that we're going to go silent so that everybody can look at them, and they should just read through. And anytime they see an item that they do not think is editorial, that they think is technical, or that they think needs to be considered outside of what we're going to do at the end, which is to just blanket accept these and turn them over to the editors. And if there's a conflict, the editor would check back with the coordination committee. The goal, as Dwayne has said, is for the editor to be pen only and to make no intelligent decisions, just lots of intelligent editing of the process. And he's requested that we do that very carefully so that he can do everything and not be in an awkward position. So the process we're going to do now is to just go through, and if you see something, just raise your hand and say the number, and that item will be pulled out of the editorial list and moved over to something where we can consider it separately. And then in the end, we should have something like 170 or some issues that we can just accept and get those off our plate. Our whole process today is going to not be one of discussing or resolving for the whole first part of the session, but simply going through and finding all of the things in the different areas where we all have agreement and getting those off the table. Because before we try to get down to, and these things go through all of the sections, and if we don't get rid of these, we'll never get anything done, because everything will be tripping over other comments. So we just need to clear out all the stuff that's basically consent decree, things that we all agree on. So the process again is going to be, we'll handle the questions that people had, and then we're going to just go quiet and let everybody read through. They're all the ones that were mentioned already, listed as e-editorial. At the end, you'll see 1B, which is additional editorial-like comments that were discovered that you can also review. And then we'll stop at 1C, which is the native SIP question. We just have to have a brief discussion about what that might be resolved as, and if it resolves, then that one's gone. If not, then it will kick over. Okay? So there were other questions, or did we answer them?
Brian Daly.
Brian Daly, AT&T. Thank you, Greg. That was a good lead into my comment I was going to make. And it's also piggybacking on what Dwayne had said about the figures. I believe the comments E103 through E109 are beyond editorial because it does require the incorporation of new figures and or dropping a section which need further discussion. So I'll add that as the first comment to that. Thank you.
We have, I think Dwayne had some comments or questions, and I have Donna as well. So, Dwayne?
Yes, this is Dwayne Sennett. Greg, I think, has already covered most of it, and I have additional comments when we get to the 1C. There's some additional references, but I'll save that until we get to that discussion.
Donna?
Hi. I really need to try and clarify because I'm not in the room with you guys. You're talking about 1A, 1B, 1C. I do have a printed copy here of 1A editorial comments, but I don't know what you're talking about with 1B and 1C. Is it one of the 9 different attachments that came through the email, or I don't know what topic that is. I don't have that in printed reference here for myself right now.
Greg?
1B and 1C are right at the bottom of 1A. So if you just go to the bottom of that document, you'll find that 1B and 1C are just the last page of the document.
Great. Thank you. I see that. Thank you.
Any other questions right now? So time to go silent. Do you need a break or anything?
But Matt Gerst has
I'm sorry.
his hand up now. Matt?
All right, Matt Gerst. So a question about the editorial comments about adding descriptors or introductions. I think you mentioned that we might have the conference committee develop that, or they're being moved, or the other way that I thought about it when I came to these sections and thought that we needed an introduction was that the individuals who developed that section need to provide the introduction, because the other parties who may not know everything may not be the best parties to be creating the description or the introduction for that section.
The third step in our, okay, this is Greg. The third step in our process today is to talk about those parts where there is missing text. And when we find those in here, those you should just skip over, consider them already removed, and we will pick those up in the third step today. And as a preview for everybody, you will not be allowed to point to somebody else and say, that person is going to write this text. The somebody is actually absent. They were in this chair over here, and they decided to leave the committee, so we can't delegate anything else to somebody. We have to, in fact, if we're going to say that we need to have text, we have to have either somebody that you have identified that has agreed to do it, or you need to agree to do it yourself. So we'll get to that as the third step, but it's a fair warning that if you think these things need to be done, then we need to identify people, or else we need to remove it, because all we do is we just keep kicking the can down the road, and it just uses up a lot of our time.
We have a question from Laura Ruby.
Hi, just a quick question about process. So it sounds like we are going for consensus, and as we go through these things, if we do reach areas where there's more than one strong view, and parties feel like both views should be represented to the FCC, for example, while one party suggested that this would be the way to accomplish this, another group strongly felt that this was, and we asked the FCC to consider both. Is that going to be allowed for there to be differing views presented in the draft, or is it an all or nothing vote on the content, an in or out?
This is David Zumba. I think I'll make it a quick attempt to throw at least one answer out there. I think if they can't come to consensus on a area of the document, say something in the recommendations, then there's a couple things we can do. One is that we either can have parallel recommendations in there if we can get them done by then, or it could say that no consensus has been agreed to in this section and leave it at that. And I wanted to double back to Cheryl's comment and get a little bit of clarification from her. She said that we can take some of these things to after the December 7th, and there was an email out about sort of this reprieve for December 7th, so I'm going to ask Cheryl a little bit on what that kind of means from the FCC in terms of what's expected for December 7th, and if we can't get consensus, let's say, on some of these things, I think we should try to work these issues as well as we can, but what are we expected to have that date? What can we do after that date?
This is Cheryl King. My personal and professional goal is that the EAC submit as much as it can on December the 7th. As much positive recommendation and documenting information and references. If there are issues that we feel are critical that need to be included in the December 7th submittal, then we could, if we are able to recruit the writers for it, have a recommendation and then a separate statement outlining what the conflicts are, whether the issues are technical or whatever. But we do have 2012. We are chartered for 2 years, and so if there are issues that really need to be resolved, an agreement arrived at, but we're not able to do it within the time frame before December the 7th, then we can defer those issues for us to address in 2012. Greg, did you have something to add?
This is Greg Vanderheiden. In the TITAC and in other committees that I've been on, the way that this was handled was to, if there were things that we just couldn't reach consensus on, rather than having them just disappear from the roadmap, or appear side by side in the document, which some people had trouble with because people would cite it, they would quote it out of context and say it was in the consensus document, and then somebody would say, well, it was listed as non-consensus in the consensus document. So what they did is they moved those to the appendix, and they would just leave a note saying that this topic was treated in the appendix, and a consensus wasn't reached. And then the 2 points of view, along with the discussion, was there, and that this was much more useful to the board. And I think the FCC would like to see that too. First of all, consensus is the most useful because it means that the two sides got together and worked it out, because that's what the FCC has to do, and they would like to not, to figure out how to make it work for both sides. If not, then they would like to see the 2 points of view, I believe, and the rationales behind it. If we can come back afterwards then and resolve it, we can always turn in a follow-up that says, oh, we worked out this point. But in the meantime, it doesn't leave that whole topic completely absent from the discussion. So, but it then I think needs to go, the parallel presentation should go in the appendix so that the body, everybody can say, well, this is what we consensed on, and in the appendix, I guess we agreed to disagree, and see how close we can get on that.
I know Norm has a question. I wanted, we'll go to Norm, and then Lori's going to just give us a little bit of experience from CISRC and some things, so I wanted her to share her experiences here. So we'll go to Norm, and then to Lori.
This is Norm speaking. I have a question about the silent vote. If there's something that's coming out of the editorial section, should we be putting down the name and where it should be put out for discussion later on by the committee, or should we not indicate the name? Just need some clarification.
This is Greg. If you bounce them out, it'll probably be obvious, and it will either go into one of the other containers that we're handling today, or it goes into the list at the end, which is all the rest of the items that need to be discussed. So if we pull it out, it will then go into one of the already determined bins logically, and so you don't have to say where it goes. You just, and there's no, what is this, without, it starts with a prejudice. Thank you. If you see something, don't feel bad or like you have to justify why it's being pulled. If you see it, you just say, this is something that either I want to make a comment on, or I think other people want to make a comment on, and it just comes out. There's no question, there's no justification. You just say what they are, they come out, and then they'll go down in the session where people will have a chance to talk later. But we want to try and clear away as much as we can first, so we want to do this expeditiously.
Norm, but I'm also speaking of later, once it's been moved. Is the name going to be there as part of it, so that when we discuss it, the name is attached, or do we just take it out? I mean, and will it be done by the open committee, or the person who requested that it be moved, would they also be indicated as part of discussion?
The goal is that it would just be moved into the rest where the whole committee will be getting to them. When we move them out, we're not going to label them with people's names, because we don't want, there's nothing special about that item any more than all of the other ones that are in the category that have already been determined to not be things that look like they're going to be editorial. So all we're doing now is just saying this one's not editorial, this needs to be discussed, and that's it. So it'll go into the box with everything else that needs to be discussed, and it will have the same ability for everybody to communicate as everybody else does. Anything we don't cover today will be going out for the public comment. So the entire committee will either get to talk about all the items today, or they will get a chance to talk about them on the score sheet comments back. So the answer to your question is, will the person who popped it out get to comment on it? Absolutely.
We're going to go to Lori for a second.
This is Lori Flaherty. Just to reiterate what Greg was saying, at the end of the day, in particular, my experience with other FCC advisory groups has been that if we can come to consensus on the recommendations in particular, that gives the FCC a clear signal with regard to what there is consensus on. It's not a failure that we did not come to consensus on recommendations because, frankly, that information is just as useful to the FCC in terms of identifying issues for which there is not consensus. So I just want us to be aware of the fact that discussion can go on and on, but at some point we do need to come to a conclusion with regard to whether or not there is consensus, and that has been sort of my experience, with regard to other advisory groups that the FCC has conducted.
This is David. I do want to have a follow-up question for Lori a little bit. Going on that idea that if we come up to consensus on areas of the document, that's ideally what we want to do. For the areas that we can't come up with consensus on, there could be something in the appendix that has parallel recommendations. And the real question I have is that given the amount of time that we have right now till December 7th to get something delivered, if we can't come up with consensus on something and we don't have the time to write the parallel recommendations, can we, maybe this is the FCC, push those to after December 7th? You basically say no consensus reached, additional time will be needed to pull that together, whether it's parallel or something.
This is Lori. My understanding, and for our own sake, it may be useful to be clear on December 7th with regard to which recommendations we could come to consensus on and which ones we could not. From what Cheryl was saying, this group will continue to meet after December 7th, and that provides another opportunity for this group to provide additional information with regard to those recommendations. But I think it's helpful to be very clear.
Yeah, this goes back to, I think, the original thing is what are we going to deliver, and I think as we go through these comments. Laura Ruby, you had a follow-up.
Yeah, just really quick. 2 questions. Who is on the conference committee? And if I guess I don't understand. If we're going to go through and we're going to process and discuss and determine where we can come to consensus on items, is the conference committee simply going to be putting the comments together, or will they actually be making decisions and debating the issues where we haven't come to consensus?
Laura, this is David. I think that you're asking about who's on the idea behind the, and we probably need to throw out some names here soon on some recommendations for this conference committee. The idea was to finish the areas of the document that we agree on here today, but the final, still, to my opinion, still needs to have a full EAC review because this is how we've been operating the whole time, and we need to make sure it's as transparent. The idea is that we're just such limited time between now and December 7th that the keys are what are we going to actually focus on this afternoon and try to deliver.
And the conference committee will do what then? I apologize. I'm just struggling.
No. Keep asking the questions because this is really what we want to get through this morning is to make sure we understand the process, a little bit of how this is going to work, kind of what points people will have in terms of reviews and feedback and all that. And as we go through it, I still need clarification myself. I think I understand it sometimes and I don't, but we're going to kick it to Greg for answering that question. And then I have Joel on the line.
Thank you.
The conference idea, as I understand, this is Greg. The conference idea, as I understand it, It was suggested by one of the members, Policy Subcommittee suggested it, was the same as the conference committee in Congress, and that is where there are two different points of views, or there's things that have not yet been determined, that the conference committee would be people that were appointed to try to represent all of the different points of view, if you would, and they would try to work out compromise language. It would be great if the whole committee could do it, but it's going to be like all day Wednesday, and then a minimum of 4 hours on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of the next week, or Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And there's no way that the whole committee, can or can do that. So, but that's where we are with all the comments we have and the amount of time we have left. So the goal was to try to select people that represented all of the views and try to get the people who are informed, people who had strong input and strong representations of the different sectors. Someone suggested that the committee would work better if you picked all people that were in the middle of the road, and we said, no, it has to represent the full range of viewpoints. So we need to get, and that's the goal of the committee. And then the committee would try and work out language that would then be in the report that would come back around to the full committee on the following week. We've got like 7 working days or something between now and the day it's supposed to be turned in. So that's the only plan that we could see to come up with. So that's the idea behind it.
So just I think to know that there's still a vote at the end on that Wednesday, although the time is really tight. This is David. Sorry, I'm gonna mess up, but let's continue to work through this stuff. Joel, you have a couple comments.
Yes, Joel Zev. I think the issue that you have on the table is really important, but we must have a way of maintaining and not featuring those items which there is no consensus. There are many important issues that we have that need to be in there. We may not have reached consensus, but we have to at least include them as a placeholder that this is an issue that still needs to be resolved later on. I hate to see something edited to the point that we're removing some important issues because we don't have a way of showing that they're really important, but we have not reached consensus on it. Thank you.
Joel, this is David. Just to respond, I agree. So let's say as we're going through the recommendations document, then there are areas we just do not agree on, that there's not consensus. It would be our recommendation that those are not eliminated, but make sure they're in there, and there's some kind of annotation that basically says there's no consensus and/or there's parallel recommendations in the appendix. Is that kind of what you're alluding to, or at least making sure?
Yes.
Okay.
I just think we must include these things as at least placeholders at the lowest level. That there are issues that need to move much more action on and much more discussion on going forward. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions or hands up?
This is Cheryl King. Cheryl here. Is it on? Okay. Cheryl here. Before we break for lunch, let's at least get through the editorial comments, the sections 1, A, B, and C. And we're going to pause for about 5 minutes and let everyone look through them, mark ones that you don't agree with or you don't understand. When you are done, would you please put your table tent, would you stand your table tent up for those in the room? You didn't have one. Make you one. And then when everyone's, you didn't have one? Oh, Norm, I'm sorry. I'll get you blank ones. So we're ready to stop for about 5 minutes. Everybody review it. When you're done, stand your table tent up, and I will get a tent for Mark and Norm. Greg, did you have something to add?
This is Greg. Yeah, I think we'll need a little more than 5 minutes to get through it, but just go ahead and work your way through it. And if you circle them, and then we'll ask, and people can just read off the numbers at the end that they have circled. And I'll start by reading off the ones that were already identified, and then you can just see if you have any other ones. Actually, I suggest instead of circling them, that you write them all down on the front page of your document so that you can read them quickly without having to flip through your document looking for them. Okay, so we're going to go silent now because some people cannot listen and read at the same time because they use sign language or they're on the phone. So we're going to stop now. And on the phone, when you're done, instead of putting your attempt up, why don't you just push one of the touch tone buttons, and we'll hear the tones going off, and we'll get an idea for how the people on the phone are doing when they're finishing. Thank you.
And just to reiterate,
Go ahead, Joel.
Joel, you just want us to mark those items we want pulled from the edit accepted list, correct?
This is Greg. That is correct. What you want to do is to write down the numbers so that you can read them back to us of any items that you think are not just editorial and that should just be accepted and passed off, and we'll never see them again in this process because they'll just go off to the editors.
Yeah, this is Cheryl. There shouldn't be very many. This is not an attempt to do anything new. Basically, we should be able to say, fine, go with it. But we are giving ourselves this one last chance. So only if you feel strongly and understand that you can document your objection. Otherwise, it should go through. Anybody else?
Yeah. Gunnar?
And Gunnar here, was there some, you said something about section 1C, is that in some new document about
This is
or
Cheryl.
is it in the score?
Yes, this is Cheryl Gunnar, and folks on the bridge. The documents that you were mailed, there's one that's identified as number 1. Within that document, there are 15 pages. The last page has a section labeled 1B and 1C. It's all in that document number 1, editorial comments.
And when was that mailed?
This morning.
This morning.
Angel?
Don't see anything like that.
Joel Zev, I do have it. It was mailed, and I did receive it on Gmail.
Gunnar, I'll resend it to you right now.
Just wanted to confirm, when we're looking at editorial, is including 1B and 1C comments, the whole thing, right?
This is Greg. It is looking at 1A and 1B. 1C is going to be discussed separately at the very end. So we know that 1C has some discussion, and as we mentioned, there's a couple, 123 and 125, also are going to go back in that category.
Okay, thanks, Greg.
Nina from Caption, Colorado, has joined the conference.
Greg Schumacher
has left the conference. conference.
This is Cheryl King. How are we doing on the bridge? We've just got a couple more people to finish here in the room. How are the people on the bridge doing? Anyone need more time on the bridge? Thank you. Yes, we have a question here in the room. Okay. On here.
Cheryl, Joel, you may want to use the hand raising tool one time to make sure everyone on the bridge is finished.
Oh. When we set the members, we will certainly be when we set the members, we'll certainly be cognizant of how we can expedite everybody's participation to the max. Matt Gerst, do you have a question?
Thanks, Cheryl. Matt Gerst. Question about some of the comments that are listed in this editorial document. Some of them actually there are substantive recommendations that are addressed later. So just by looking through these, if we're accepting, say, the editorial change, we're not necessarily accepting the substantive recommendation.
Correct. That's correct. All right, this is Cheryl. Is there anyone on the bridge who needs more time? If you're using the hand-raising tool, you could let us know that way, or speak up. Okay.
Hello, hi, Cheryl. This is Sherry. Hold on one moment.
She's sick. She's emailed me. Sherry said something. This is Cheryl King. Does anyone on the bridge need more time, or can we address the editorial comments?
Yeah, this is Sherry. Hi, Cheryl. It's Sherry. Hi. I think I'm fine. I'm all ready with everything. We can go ahead and start.
Thank you. This is David. I wanted to just go back through something. There was a question asked earlier that I know we didn't answer yet, and that was who was on this conference committee. So I wanted to come back and identify some of the names that we have identified as possible members for this conference committee, because I think that's important for everybody to know as we get into this discussion. As I say your name, you've either been reached out to, hopefully by now, and if you haven't, you're being reached out to right now. But the core group will still be the what do we call ourselves here? Coordinating committee, and then we have reached out to other people to try to look at sort of this conference committee, and the names we reached out to were Matt Gerst, Brian Daly, Christian Vogler, Bob Mather, Sherry Farini, and Gunnar Helmstrom, and Angel are the names we have reached out to help with this work on the coordination committee work that's going to happen next week and over the week of the November 28th. I think just wanted to open up for just discussion if there's anyone who has other recommendations, changes. If you can't commit to the time, let us know as well. And maybe recommend a replacement for you or someone else. But that was a question that was asked earlier, and I apologize that we did not get back to these names.
Greg Fields, Research and Motions.
Has left the conference.
No comments there? Greg?
This is Greg. It's very important that everybody be very comfortable with the people on that group. And so if you feel that there is a voice missing on the group, be sure to mention that. If you feel that that there's somebody else who really wants to be part of this and who will be available all day Wednesday and a minimum of 4 hours for the next 4 days of the next week to do this, then please also advance, because we want to have the very best, the broad representation, and everybody to be comfortable that this group can discuss the issues and come up with fair consensus language that people will be able to go forward with. Okay. This, by the way, the work they do will all be based on the comments that everybody is submitting. So everybody will get a chance to input their thoughts on every single issue that we don't close today for consideration by that group. So all of it will be there. The question is, with all of that in front, do you think that this group is a group that can pull it together? Thank you.
Excuse me, did I miss the list of names?
Yeah, this is Al Sonnenstrahl speaking. Can we get the names again, please?
Yes, this is David. The names are, in addition to the coordination committee, which is Cheryl ourselves, there is this other committee, what do we call this again? Conference committee. I'm going to have to get these figured out. So the coordination committee is still part of this, and then there's this conference committee, and it's expanded with the following names: Matt Gerst, Brian Daly, Christian Vogler, Bob Mather, Sherry Farini, Gunnar Hellstrom, and Angel Orocho.
If I may, what about Greg? This is Al once again.
The coordinating committee is still part of this group as well, which is Greg, Cheryl, David, Patrick, Dwayne, and stuff. So it's just an expansion of the coordination committee to this conference committee. And it was that recommendation from the policy group to kind of add some balance to trying to work through some of these specifics. Go ahead, Al.
Al, once again, I move that we accept the roster by acclamation.
Yeah, no one has their hand raised for any discussion. Christian?
This is Christian. I guess we have to check into whether or not folks are available, because there might be a problem with me specifically. I have to be in Switzerland. It's not confirmed, but on Wednesday. We have to make sure that folks can be there on that Wednesday. And secondly, that if I can have a good enough internet connection to join in if necessary. So I would love to be involved, absolutely. I would be very, very glad to join, but I just have the logistical hiccup at first.
Jump to Angel real quick, and then we'll come back. Angel?
Hey, Dave. Related question, just trying to confirm timelines, and because I thought I heard the preference for face-to-face as well. Just want to make sure there's no conflicts with my scheduling and kind of the timelines we're trying to have dedicated for this work.
There are no planned face-to-face meetings. Everything is expected to be teleconference all the way through the deliverable. Greg, you had a comment, I think, to Christian?
Yeah, just the one comment to Christian is that with the time zone shift, the meetings will all happen after the day. So it may be a long night, but the meetings would not directly collide with activities during the day. I know that because I'm going to be in the same time zone.
So going back to Al's comment on accepting this coordination committee, I'm sorry, go ahead, Christian, my apologies.
Christian, once again, I agree that we could probably figure out a negotiable time with the technical issues and the time zone issues. I just want to make sure that I can join in on the call and follow and communicate with you all effectively.
Yeah, that'll be one of our actions, to make sure we have some reasonable times for everyone involved, because we're going from the West Coast to Europe.
If I may add one additional thing, on Friday, it will be impossible for me to make any availability in my schedule whatsoever on that Friday only. But afterwards, I'm going to be in Switzerland, and so that just means on Friday morning that will be impossible for me to participate in a discussion.
Yeah. Next week's Thanksgiving. I hope that everybody will enjoy some Thursday and Friday off and enjoy some time off. So we're going to move forward with that recommendation of the committee. If as you individually look and assess this, please let us know back if needs to be some changes or whatever. We're going to, yes. So that acclamation.
Oh, the group accepted.
Accepted. So we're going to move now over to Greg and kick off this editorial discussion.
Okay. There are about 22 of the items just had to do with text that is missing, and there were 7 of them that had to do with bad graphics that need to be fixed or replaced. And those items, I will read them quickly. And so if you have them on your list, just cross them off. And the 2 we have on SIP. So these are the ones we've already identified, so I'll just read the numbers off. And if they're on your list, just cross them off. And then we will go around and collect any additional items that people have beyond those which are already being moved to the agenda item about materials that need to be written, and we'll be handling that after a lunch. Okay, so 27, 28, and 29. 56, 57, 58, and 59.
How shall we handle that? Shall we say stop?
Slow down, slow way
Okay.
down.
These are in groups, so I'm just going to give the range.
This is on the editorial, yeah? These are E comments?
These are all E items. I'm not doing the E's to make it easier, no pun intended.
So what are we supposed to do?
Okay, so you're not supposed. All right, let me explain again. Everybody has written down the items they thought should be moved out of this list. I'm going to read off the ones that have already been identified. So if they are on your list, you do not need to read them again. So we only have to read them once. At the end.
Okay. Understand, I think.
Okay. At the end, if you have anything on your list that I do not mention, then you give it. And then if the next person will go, but listen to what the people before you said. You don't have to re-mention the ones that other people have said. But most of them, I think, are going to be in this first group here. All right?
Donna had a comment, too, so make sure. Go ahead, Donna.
Donna, go ahead.
Yes, in regard to, just let me check here. I think it's 51, 52, 53. Those 3 items need to be. And just a second, I've got some more here. I'm just flipping through. I'm sorry, that's it. Those 3 items are the ones that we need to identify.
Excellent, thank you. Let me just go around and ask other people for their items. If you can just skip over the ones that have to do with text missing or bad graphics, it'll save me reading off a bunch of numbers. Sherry did an excellent model for what we were trying to do. Anybody have any other ones besides 51, 52, 53?
Jim?
Yes, hello, this is Jim Nixon, T-Mobile. I just have 2 of them that I think, perhaps because I'm just not deeply enough involved in the technology part of it, I think need to be considered by the technology section, and that's 160 and 175. Because if there's an error in there in a reference, it could make a significant difference, and I think many of us just aren't sure of that, so the technical folks should review it.
This is Greg. 175 is just reordering them? Is that, I do have the right one? It's not changing anything, it's just changing the order that they're presented?
So those were all already in there, it's just reordering, it's just reorganizing the material that's already there?
That's correct.
Okay, disregard that one, withdraw.
Okay. And 106 is the bad graphic, so we'll be picking that one up.
160.
Oh,
160.
I'm sorry, I'm glad my dyslexia isn't... Okay, so 160. All right, got that one?
All right, that's it, thank you.
Brian Daly and then Gunnar.
And Neil?
Okay. Oh.
AV staff, we've lost captioning in the screens in the room. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian Daly. In the Section 9 list, I would add 110 to 117 as well, and just capture all of the Section 9 figures as a block, so that would be 103 to 117. Also, 144 doesn't appear to have any text provided. It suggests to add something with no text. Thank you. 144.
Is it my turn? Gunnar?
Gunnar, yes. Go ahead.
Okay. I have E19 need a correction. E38 and E40 are clarified in regular 76. E54 is handled in regular 152. E56, 57, 58 are handled in regular 155. Same with E59. E62 is handled in 161.
Gunnar, could you stop for a second?
Sure.
I don't know what you mean by, this is Greg Vanderheiden, I don't know what you mean by is handled in. Are you saying that the suggested edits are not good, and so we should pull them from the list to have them repaired? Or I'm not sure what is handled by means.
It means that there are parallel comments in the edits without E.
Okay, this is Greg. This is Greg. Then
general list, yeah.
Okay, then just do the list of numbers again. You don't have to say is handled in yet. We just give the list of numbers and we will pull them from here. It sounds like you're saying that what is here is wrong and the answer is actually someplace else, and so we should just pull them from here for now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, can you read the numbers? Just read the numbers out again, starting with 19.
19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 38, 40, 54, 56, 57, 58, 59, 62, 64, 65, 77, 78, you have already pulled out, I think. That's it.
Are there any others?
Not for me.
Chris Littlewood?
This is Chris Littlewood. If it hasn't already been picked up, E23, just in the suggested comments, where it says where all media types are haired, it should be shared. Just a minor editorial or typo comment.
Good. You can place that back.
So if you can grab that one, just the E23, it says haired, it should be shared. And if you just capture that, then we'll leave that one in the editorial. Matt.
Matt Gerst?
Matt Gerst. The numbers that I found that should be pulled from editorial comments were 12, 41, 43, 81 through 83, 136,
Wait a minute, slow down. 136, okay?
143, 144, 161, 175.
Else? Any on the phone? Okay.
Anyone on the conference bridge or any additional hand raising?
No, Gunnar Hellström here. I have a small comment too, more. I mentioned 64 or 65. They are in fact handled by 64 is handled by 65, so you can don't need to pull them up.
This is Greg. You said 64 and 65 we can take off of our list?
Yes, because 65 is the solution on 64.
Excellent.
So if you have that in the editorial list, you will find the solutions there.
Laura Ruby has left the conference.
So we have Angel and then Christian. Angel?
Hey guys, I think probably mine were captured by other people, but I have some other ones that I wrote down, but they might fall within the description of either they're blank, the suggestions are blank, or they need to get filled in. Are we treating those differently? Or do you want me to kind of run through them?
Just read them.
All right. So E25, reference to a link, but the link's not filled in. E27, 28, and 29 all reference add a section description or introduction. I'm not sure what's going to get filled in or where that comes from. And then 56, 57, 58 are kind of similar. The suggestion is fill in the scenarios or delete them. So I'm not sure if
Yes, thank you, Angel. We already got those. You don't have to repeat numbers that have already been called out. Do you have any new ones?
No, I didn't catch those last ones. So that was it. The other ones were already discussed.
Okay. Let me go through the numbers that we have.
Christian still had a comment.
Oh, Christian? Huh? You got it? Okay. Christian?
Okay. This is Christian. First of all, number 23, the idea of changing it to 122 to 1911. If you change 112, change to... Okay, then that's number 23. 38, 39, and 40. 41, 43, 81, 82, and 83. One 142, 144, and that's it.
Do we want to read over on the numbers? Okay. Okay, so the point is that if the number was not raised for further discussion, the conference committee is empowered to adopt these editorial changes. Is that correct? All right. All right. Very good. Let's break for lunch. Let's come back at 1:15. Thank you on the bridge. We'll see you again at 1:15 Eastern Time.
Has left the conference. Has left the conference. Our participant has left.
This is Cheryl. Are we ready on the bridge? Can I hear some folks to let us know you're back?
Yes.
Yep, we're here.
Oh, right.
Yes, Richard Ray here.
Great.
I can hear.
Joel Zev, you're not online yet.
Welcome back. Cheryl King again. I'd like to introduce Mark Unkefer, who is with TIA. David Zumba has had to hop on a plane and scoot out of here for the rest of the day. So Mark is going to be sitting in David's place. Welcome, Mark. Greg Vanderheiden, would you like to take us back to, what, 1C? We can close out the Section 1 document.
Okay. If people could turn to the last page of the editorial comments. If you didn't already, please look at 1B for just a minute, these, and see if any of those do not look like editorial. I'll just be quiet for a second so you can look. The only one here is 107, where in standards you make the musts all in capital. And so the question is, in the recommendations, should they be all capitalized or should they be just left in lowercase? And the suggestion
Our participant has joined the conference.
So the suggestion was to change the ones that are capitalized in the recommendations to lowercase musts. So I think that's the only one that there was a question about. So if people think that's purely editorial, or it can be referred out, I don't know which that is or what the pleasure is. Does anybody want to speak to that particular item or any other item on here? and have it deferred for discussion.
This is Cheryl King. I would refer that to the conference committee. I don't think we need to spend our time on it here.
All right. All right, anything else?
Dwayne?
Yeah, this is Dwayne. Were you referring to 107 being deferred? Thank you.
Okay, then 1B are all, except 107, accepted by, if anybody, any objections to unanimous consent to accept everything in 1B except 107? Hearing none. The last group, we have E77 through E80, plus 123 through 125 that we pulled down from above. All had to do with the term either native SIP or naked SIP, which I think was a transcription error someplace, or SIP on internet, etc. And Dwayne, you had you had a recommendation, I think, on this one?
Yes, this is Dwayne. Those terms are, native SIP is a term that's used, but what is missing here and what the comment says, it's not defined in our documents. Gunnar provided definition of both native SIP communications and native SIP networks in his comments, which are now comments number 176 and 189. And if those comments are accepted, then these editorial comments are addressed. So I would refer the handling of 1C to the handling of those technical comments.
Okay, so the motion on the floor, if you would, is to take these 7 comments and tie them to the 176, 189. I think the definition is actually in 189, is that correct?
This is Dwayne. I believe 176 was naked SIP communications, and 189 was naked SIP networks, if I remember correctly.
This is Greg. You mean native SIP?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll tie all of these to 176 and 189. Any objection to unanimous consent? Oh, yes. Go ahead.
Matt Gerst, I just got an email from Angel Orocho who said that folks on the bridge are trying to chime in and are unable to.
This is Cheryl. I have Angel and Gunnar with hand raising on the hand raising tool.
Okay.
Are there other folks on the bridge who would like to participate at this point?
Yes, I tried to talk, but nobody here.
Yes, this is Richard Bray. Hello.
Richard, all right.
We were trying to talk, but...
We can all hear you now.
Great. There were several people on overlapping, trying to interject, and we weren't able to hear us. So, if it's possible, could we speak in the microphone? Because the voices are very low on the bridge. Is that possible? So that everyone can hear, please? I'd appreciate it so much. Thank you.
Can you turn the microphone up here? Because I've got my face up to it, and it's still not loud enough for them. Okay, so would you like to call on the people on the bridge, Cheryl, so that we can be sure that if they have any comments on this topic?
Sure. This is Cheryl. Angel and Gunnar have taken their hands down, so perhaps we address their issue with getting them back into communication with us. Gunnar, do you have something?
Yeah, I have a small thing on 72. There is another solution on 72 somewhere. So we'll let out.
I'm sorry, Gunnar?
Yep.
I'm sorry, Gunnar, could you say that again? You said you had 76. That's not one of the ones we have listed here.
No. 72
72. Okay.
in 1B.
Okay, you would like to have that one deferred for discussion later?
It is proposed in another item, another numbered item. Or so. So yes, it's better if it's handled together with other to be edited properly.
Okay, what's the other one it should be tied to?
I don't remember.
Okay, that's fine. So I'll pull 72. Okay. So any objection then to unanimous consent to close the 1C along with 123, 124, and 25 that all deal with native SIP and tie them to the resolution of 176 and 189? All right, so that closes those.
This is Cheryl. Donna, you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. I'm kind of lost here now because I'm trying to watch the interpreter, and then I was trying to read the papers at the same time, so I kind of missed an awful lot. You said that 186? I don't see those numbers on the paper at all. So I'm rather confused. Which document are you speaking about right now?
This is Greg. 186 and 176 and 189 are technical items that we are going to be discussing later today.
I don't see them.
They are in one of the other handouts. So they're in group 8. So they're in group 8. And so what was being suggested was that these items can be closed here because they're, when we resolve 176, 189, then these would all be closed at the same time because these all call for a definition, and the definitions are provided in 176 and 189. Those are not editorial, so they aren't in the front of us right now. So the native SIP question is being deferred, and it's not editorial. It's going to be attached to those two, which are in group 8 of the documents that you have. Okay?
Okay.
I will try to be clearer when we have references like that. Okay, that brings us to the end of group 1. Group 2 is should be very straightforward. Group 2 are duplicates. These are either where there was a mistake made when these were compiled and somebody's comments were entered verbatim twice in 2 places, and so they had 2 different numbers, or where 2 groups were collaborating and the both made the same comment verbatim, character by character the same. So they're literally duplicates. So these won't be lost. What we will do is to close these by adding the submitter to the one that is a duplicate of it. So it'll just say that this comment came from these 2 places, but we won't have to process the exact same comment twice when it's it'll just be on record as having come from two people having submitted the identical comment. Are there any questions on this or objection to closing the duplicates by adding the commenters to the comment which is identical?
Gunnar Hellström here. You captured it was one that was falsely identified as duplicate. Was it just one that really looked the same but had a different line number?
Yeah, this is Greg. That was removed. That was in the an earlier document that the duplicates were marked. This listing here has been cleaned of all of those.
Brad Hodges, American Foundation for the Blind,
has left the conference.
So those have been removed from this list, Gunnar. Actually, there was a couple other duplicates that were found, and what Gunnar is referring to is that some of them had the exact same words, but they applied to different clauses. And so they looked like duplicates, except that they weren't. They were just the same comment applied to different clauses. And those have been removed from the list. And we'll confirm that again. When we combine these, we'll do a double confirm that that's the exact same clause, that we're combining them as well. Okay? Any objections to then closing these 45 items? Very good. Then that takes us on to the next. We're now about 175 or so items closed out of our 660. I was tempted to break one of them into three, so there are four, so that we would have 666 comments. But all right, so we're now on item number 3, and this includes now the items that are listed here, as well as the ones that we brought here from the editorial comments. And all of these are texts where people have said that we should add a reference, or we should clarify, we should insert an introduction. There are bullets in the text, and it says, well, you need to fill out the bullets. Or where it says you need to quantify, you need to add examples, you can see what the comments are. These have been up here now for some time, and we have been requesting people to fill in those for months. And so the suggestion that the coordinating committee had was that either somebody step forward to volunteer to write the text by next week, or they will just be closed as closed items if the coordination committee in putting it together decides that there's an introductory sentence needed or something. It may create one, but as far as these being issues, we would be closing out all of these comments, asking for stuff to be added, as well as closing out all of the items that we have in the document already that call for text. So go ahead, Cheryl.
This is Cheryl. I suggest that we have a quiet time for a few minutes, look through these. If there are any of these that someone is willing to write, then let us know. Otherwise, the coordinating committee and the conference committee may just delete the effort that shows a void. Brian Daly, did you have a comment?
Yes, sir. Brian Daly. 216 and 239, these have specific, these don't fall into that category. They are recommending removing some notes that are in there that text needed to be provided. So I don't know, it's a little bit different from what the description was, what these comments were captured. It's not asking for new text, it's just saying delete text where there is missing text. Thank you.
Has joined the conference.
Yeah, let me, I thought this section consists of two different kinds of things. One is people adding new text, and other people saying you have bullets, headings, and notes that say, you either have a bullet list with just bullets, and or you have a note like this that says it's in the text. And the suggestion is, if nobody signs up for it, we will close these issues and remove all notes from the document that call for text, and remove all bullet lists that are empty, etc. So it's all three of those things are what's under discussion. Sorry if that wasn't clear. Basically, when we're done, there would be nothing, no empty pieces in the document, and no comments either asking to remove them, because we would be accepting those if you would, and no comments asking to add more information that we don't have volunteers for.
Bob Mather, then Karen. Can we have the camera on Bob, please? Thank you. Getting there. Turn it around.
There you go.
Yes, related to number 87 and 89. 89-1 and 267. I thought that I had already proposed language for those. So I'm happy if that language could be added, the language that I submitted. I would appreciate that. So I suggest that those can be removed from the list.
This is Greg. You said 87, 89, and what?
267.
I don't
89.
See 267 on the list. Oh, I see.
267.
Yep, I see it.
And 91.
So, the rule on text is that it has to be turned in by next Tuesday. So if you can just resubmit the text, you're all done.
Okay.
All right,
We'll
so
do
we
that.
have
No problem.
those three. Remember, we also have the items that we deferred from the editorial comments where there were also a lot of empty texts. Does anybody have any other sections they want to volunteer for?
I just have a question. Are you saying that if you don't get text? My name is Karen. Are you saying that if you do not get text on these, you're just going to eliminate these comments? And let me tell you why I'm asking. Because I just happened to notice, for example, 167, which says a TTY is not duplex. Really, it should say TTY is not full duplex. Communication is one way. The reason that makes me think is that that's trying to correct something that may be inaccurate in the document. So the only thing I would urge is before you delete, just think about whether or not some of these comments are to correct the document, just to ensure accuracy.
This is Greg. All we're saying is that even if it's a good note, if nobody is willing to write the note, then we don't know what to do with the comment. Because if the person who wrote the note says there's an error here, it needs to be fixed, and the people who are clearing the comments don't know what the error is or how to fix it, and the person who points it out won't volunteer to write the note, then it doesn't do any good to keep an open item. So that's what we're doing now is asking people, if you have something in here that you think is important to be in the report, that you offer to pull it from the list and write the text, or tap somebody on the shoulder that you know knows the answer and get them to volunteer to write the text.
And all that I'm suggesting is that if those of you who are putting together the final product see something that you understand, you should feel free to go ahead and fix it.
Yeah, Gunnar here. I want these to stay in some way so that we can remember them and try to fix them.
This is Joel.
Go ahead, Joel.
Yeah, Joel, I put that comment in. Throughout the document, we have to be clear regarding the limitation that TTY has not being full duplex. And it is not the same as real-time text going back and forth where you can have two conversations. It's very limiting when someone starts typing and you want to interrupt them with a question, and you can't do it until they stop typing. That's a real challenge.
So
go ahead.
Yeah, this is Greg. So are you volunteering to write the note to clear 167?
My point is that the note would be written in about 10 or 20 places throughout the document every time it's mentioned. People really need to understand the limitation of TTY not being full duplex and why it's a limitation. I don't know where to put that in just in one spot.
This is Greg. Well, I'm going to take 167 and pull it off for discussion since it has come up. And our rule here is if we identify things that should not be handled in this way, we pull them off and then they go into the discussion section. So, Karen, thank you for identifying one. I'm going to modify the suggestion of how we handle these in the following way. That at the end, for all of the items we don't have anybody who picks something for, I'm going to ask for the group to then say that the coordinating committee can either ignore them or take a stab at them themselves, but that they have the permission to just skip them if they don't have either the time or the knowledge to do that, and nobody else is able to. So that gives us a little bit of a safety net. These will all be looked at again by the coordination committee when we're putting the final document together, just to make sure that we don't miss something that's crucial.
This is Dwayne Sennett. In regards to Joel's comment, one place he could put it is TTY is in the glossary. He could expand upon the definition in the glossary to add his concerns about full duplex and half duplex.
This is Joel. I would have no problem doing that. I just want to make sure everyone's aware. It's something that people think TTY. It's much more global as an issue than just in one spot. But in the glossary, it'd be very clear. But people are talking about TTY as if it was, in fact, full duplex.
This is Greg. Again, I'll remind people that we're not going to discuss these individual items. If it should be pulled from the list and someone's going to handle it, just say that. But discussions or trying to write them on the fly here is not going to get us to the end of our day.
Gunnar here. I want to
Just Christian.
comment.
Christian Vogler, go ahead. Need a camera on Christian, please.
Hello? Very briefly, from the list, from number 1, I took out that comment. I just want to make sure it's not overlooked. And it's not included in the list. It's in number 142.
We have Donna on the hand-raising tool.
Yes, thank you. This is Donna speaking. I'm sorry that I haven't been able to read the entire document. And you've been saying that there are 3 actual documents, and it's a little hard to get to all of them. I'm so sorry about that. In any event, I do remember that I did write a comment a while back in some area regarding some area needing to be given to an appropriate person. For example, AAC means that someone with a speech disability would be better off at explaining that than I would be. That is an area that I cannot expand upon, so I would prefer to designate someone with that particular issue to be able to speak to that more eloquently than I could.
This is Cheryl. Donna, thank you. Yes, and I've been in communication with Rebecca Ledoux on some issues around the assistive communication devices, and I will take that assignment. Thank you, Donna, for bringing that to our attention again. Matt?
Thanks, Cheryl. I actually want to piggyback on something that Donna's pointing out, that, as I mentioned before, a number of these sections where we're asking for text would be better written by the people who actually develop their section. So incumbent in the conference committee developing the text, maybe the conference committee could also have the authority to reach out to those people and ask them to go ahead and draft those sections rather than taking it on themselves.
We will, that would be our intention. Thank you, Matt.
at this point, we are hereby reaching out to all of the people who wrote sections that have text missing to please write the text, because sometimes it is very hard for us to identify or remember who wrote which pieces, since these have gone through committees and everything else. And also, we have now a cumulative of about 50 items here, and so it's kind of hard to write 50 invitations. We don't know who we're going to send them to. So please, everybody, take this as a blanket invitation to please send text for your sections. Thank you.
We have Gunnar. Do you have an outstanding issue? And then let's move on to number 4.
Yeah, I want to pull out the 7, 39, and 41 for hopefully.
A participant has
I know I
joined the
have
conference.
already commented the 39, but 7, 39, and 41. Hope to do something about it.
Done.
Good.
Okay, are there any others? Okay, so if you, after the meeting, decide that there's something here that you would like to handle, you can send that on. Otherwise, are there any objections to unanimous consent to delegating the rest of these to the coordination committee to either close or scribble or draft people if they can to complete? And then those comments would be sent out on next Wednesday for people to review, with comments due the following Monday. Seeing no comments, then we're on to number 4. Number 4 is just one piece of paper, 2 sides, and it has 2 topics that the coordination committee thinks that we should note that we are going to be working further on, but not try to complete at this time. So they are not. One of them is migration, which we waited till last because until we came up with our recommendations, it was hard to talk about how to do a migration to them. And that would be a very nice topic for a follow-up report that could be just on the migration issue, a nice little compact report. The other one had to do with the PSAP video question, and largely this centers around whether or not when a person who is using sign language calls the PSAP, do they get to see the PSAP operator, or do they see a a blank screen? So it's important for people with who are signing until the person at the other end figures out that they can't talk. It doesn't do any good for them to see a blank screen and somebody talking to them. For people who also need to do lip reading, etc. There are some technical ways of addressing this that can provide both face-to-face and privacy, and there are also issues with the PSAP. So we thought this was another good topic to defer till we had more time to talk about it and we could get more input. So is there anybody who would like to speak against deferring these comments, putting these comments together, saving them, and removing these sections from our report, except that we will note in the report that these are important topics and that we will be turning in another report later. We just won't try to put any conclusions in this report.
This is Cheryl King. I would also like to note that Laurie Flaherty has provided us with a document from the NG 911 Institute that addresses human-machine interfaces, and this issue of the split screen and dual visibility of the caller and the PSAP telecommunicator, and I'll be forwarding it that document to you all later. But that's just to suggest that we do have new information that will also inform us on this issue. Christian and then Mark. Christian and Mark.
Say something. Okay.
Yes, hello, waiting for the camera.
Can we have, there we go.
All right, this is Christian again here. I am fine with putting off the topic if indeed I can call and sign and not see the PSAP. That's fine, I'm putting that off. However, the converse, if the PSAP can see me, and then I would object to putting that off, because then that flies in the face of accessibility.
Yes, this is Cheryl. I believe that we have accepted that the NG911, when they have the video capability, that the person using a video phone can call directly and be seen by the PSAP telecommunicator. The question that is out there dangling is whether or not that PSAP telecommunicator will always be available to be seen by the caller.
Yes, this is Christian. Once again, to give my response, I raised this topic. The 5 comments were addressed in both instances, and so it was comment number 5 that touched on both of these issues.
Greg?
The intent is that we will be covering all of those issues in a report that comes out later, where we can have the time to really give it the thought and consideration, because as you point out, it's more complicated than just a simple question. So the question on the table is just, is there any objection to taking these, noting that it's an important topic, and moving it past our deadline so that we have the time to actually spend the discussion that this deserves?
Yes, Professor. Gunnar here, we must be able to put something together in the report as well. I mean, I have composed comments. We are not even looking at the comments that are coming on our first round. We are just looking at the list of topics. So I suggest that we write something. We may be vague, but it must be mentioned in the report that this is a topic for consideration. We have many of that kinds of topics.
This is Greg. The motion was that we put something in the report about the issue, and that there is an issue, but that we not try to come to any resolutions in the report. So I believe that the motion on the floor covers the concern that you raise, as long as we're not trying to debate it through to what the recommendation should be.
Yes.
Mark
Okay.
Fletcher? Mark?
Mark Fletcher with Avaya. I think that's absolutely valid, Greg, and a couple of points. We should specifically highlight the reason why we're putting this off, and a few of the reasons that I feel that we should include. This is not really a technology question. This is more of an operational or procedure question, and we need input from public safety answer points. There may be union issues, there may be departmental policy issues that we've got to take into consideration. And I think we validate the reason why we're putting this off, just so we don't lose focus on it.
Captured.
Thank you.
This is Cheryl, but I want to make it clear that what we're deferring really is whether or not the telecommunicator will be visible. We do want to forward the recommendation that in NG911, a person who calls in video, the telecommunicator will be able to see that person and the environment from which they're calling. Okay, thank you. So are we ready to move to Section 5?
I have a question in the context of the
Angel?
migration piece.
Yes, thank you, Angel. Go ahead.
When we're talking about migration, and I know we're trying to move between sheets, are we talking about what's in the draft right now is Chapter 12, or Section 12?
No, I believe originally the migration section was number 9.
It might have moved into the new baseline document. Yes, it is chapter 12.
The answer is,
So,
in the current draft, there is a chapter that has the title migration and no content. And yes, that chapter would be removed, and the topic of migration will be covered someplace. I don't know if we want to put a chapter title with nothing but a short note saying we're not doing it.
Yeah. This is Cheryl. To further explain, when we developed the outline months ago, we had a section for migration. And that was assigned to the coordinating group. And it was assigned to the coordinating group so that we could have the recommendations in front of us to on which to develop a migration plan. As we have not yet developed final recommendations, it doesn't seem prudent to try to develop timelines and benchmarks for a migration plan when we're still working on the document. So the proposal is that we take that section out of that outline, that we don't do a migration plan for this December 7th submittal, that we would consider it for one of the issues that we will address in 2012. Is that clearer now?
I think it is, Cheryl. The reason why I ask is I know on the policy side we had identified migration issues. Just wanted to make sure that it wasn't that work. It sounds like it was a separate chapter that you guys were trying to, we thought originally would be needed, but obviously we need more time to create. Is that the case?
Yes, that's correct. This is Cheryl. Where migration activities are discussed in the other sections, for instance, the policy group section, I believe it was 11, or in the original drafting process, those elements are still there. It's just that we're suggesting we remove the section on migration from the outline.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Greg?
Okay. Any other? So we're going to close number 4 and go to 5. Any objections to closing 4 as proposed? Okay. Number 5. I'm going to walk you through a little bit of this one so that you can see it. The policy section had revised its sort of list and again, this was a joint effort of the committee, and that did not make it into the document which was compiled. So the first comment, 106, simply says, please include it. The next comments that have the numbers in them, 1, 2, and then you look down, you'll see 3 on the next page, 4, 5, 6, is there new language? All right. Now, some people had commented on the old language, and so 115 is a comment on the old language that would apply to the new language. 116 is a comment deleting text from the old, which was also deleted in the new, so it's not there, I believe, if I'm looking correct. So 116 refers to the 118, and you'll see that it's been deleted there. And 119 is also asking that first person be removed, and that's already been removed in the new language. So 119 is overcome by events. The 120 says remove the word for sale, and that one also basically was already done in the rewording, so that one is closed. Then you see 4, 5, 6. 123 says the text on line 712 should be changed to available. And I'm trying to see the technologies that I can remember. That language is no longer present. So if somebody can look when I have you stop to review and see if that applies. And for those who are watching the sign language, I'm going to give this in quick summary at the end because you can't look while I'm talking, I understand. And then it goes through to 11, and the last comment, 130, is to add a number 11, which actually would be number 12 now, since there is a number 11. So in quick summary, when we stop, you should go through and read the items that have numbers on them. The only ones that are not already corrected by the numbered items.
This is Donna. I'm sorry. I need to interrupt. I'm lost again. Would you mind repeating which section and which number you're on again, please?
Yes. This is Greg. We are on the document labeled 5, section the policy committee submitted to replace the current text. Do you have that, Doc?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
But now the numbers, the numbers are not corresponding to what I'm seeing.
Okay. In the far right-hand column, you will see it says, the first comment says, replace it with the new text. You can check that one off because that's what the rest of this page does. The next comment,
I'm sorry, this is Donna. This is number 106, you saying?
That's correct. 106 is saying, please add what the rest of the items on this page are. So that one is done. 110, you'll notice that there's a number 1 in the right-hand column. And you will see those numbers appear down through the comments, and those are the different clauses in the new text that's being submitted and being asked to be approved. Excuse me. There, in between those items, there are some other comments, and they appear to be met, except for number 115 still needs to be discussed. And number 123 might need to be discussed. And that is it. The rest, those are the only two other than reading through. So if you can just read through the numbered ones and see if they look okay, then we'll come back to those two additional edits that were suggested. And the goal is to see if we can't accept this edit, which would clean up this list and make it agree with what the policy committee submitted. First of all, are there any questions? And then if there are not, we will just have some silence for people to read. So go ahead, questions.
Yes, Sherry Farina, we have your hand raised. Sherry?
Yes, I did, but that was for something else.
Okay.
And now I don't remember. The train is gone. So that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Norm?
Hi, this is Norm on number 123. I think that can be taken out of the discussion. Briefly, because it would be important for the user to remember what is used every day in terms of apps or any available technology.
A participant has left the conference.
Basically, I disagree with that. 123.
Okay, so we'll
Changing.
defer that for discussion. Any others? Okay. Greg?
This is Greg. Okay, so 123 is being, will be preserved for discussion at a later time. Would people like to read through the rest of these then? Because I just, and I guess 115, if people, I guess we could apply that against the new language if there's going to be a discussion on 115, and so we'll keep that one as an active comment. Then that would leave the only things left are just whether or not we replace the old text with the new text from the policy committee. And so we have a question, and then I want to have people have a chance to read, so I want to have some silent time for the people who sign.
But before we go there too, I think you need to clarify which ones we need to read and which ones are out. But Jim Nixon?
Yeah, this is Jim Nixon, T-Mobile. Just a quick clarification might help people as they're reading through. I notice in several of these that the word must is in capital letters. Didn't we just discuss the use of that and make a decision about it being one way or the other, or am I mistaken?
Yes, we deferred
This
that to
is-
the coordination committee.
Okay. Okay.
Right.
Okay. All right, Greg, would you just go over the questions, the line number, or the numbers in the far left column? Which ones do we look at and which ones do we ignore?
This is Greg. This is Greg. All of the items that do not have a number on the right-hand column, you know, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, are either already corrected, or they are one of the two items that we have deferred for later discussion. So at this point, the only thing left to review is just the numbered items to decide whether or not we want to accept the edits that were sent in by the policy committee. So just look in the right-hand column and start at the top. There's a number 1 and 2, and then go find number 3, 4, 5 until you get to both number 11s at the end.
All right, let's take a few minutes in silence. When you're done, please raise your tent card if you're in the room, and on the bridge, if you raise your hand, if you're on the hand-raising tool, or give me a sign that you have completed your review.
This is Sherry. I'm done.
Okay, is there anybody who needs? Is there anybody? Is there anybody who needs more time? Okay, I saw a question on the end of the table. Go ahead.
Hi.
Matt.
Matt Gerst. So just a question on process. If we approve the numbers as listed, then the conference committee will review the text in the context of the rest of the report, which this full committee hasn't seen. The conference committee will then review that text and submit it to the rest of the group to then vote up or down on the following week. In other words, by approving this text without seeing it in context, we're putting it into the report for the conference committee to then review, correct?
This is Greg. This actually is in context because it is just a list of these 11 items, and it has an opening phrase that says, you know, these, I forget what the opening phrase is, and then it just has these items listed in a row, and they're meant to be kind of a listing. So since they're all here, sort of the context is provided. Secondly, these will go in as the text, and the coordination group won't muck with these except where there are open items. For example, 115, 123, and there may be some other comments that were missed that we find later. Those comments still exist, and they still would be applied against this, either by this group at the end of the day when we get to them, or by the conference committee. But yes, and these and anything that comes out of the conference committee would then be in the document that comes back out the week later.
Right. So this is Matt. I guess the concern was that since this wasn't in the draft which we provided edits to, which are incorporated in these list of edits, which we're reviewing now, this is really the first time that the full EAC body is reviewing this text as written, and doesn't really have an opportunity to provide the edits as we did with the previous text. So what we're doing is deferring it to the conference committee to then review the text that's here, and then to provide the consensus language for the up or down vote.
Okay, two things. One is, except where they added or subtracted words, this text all was in the document that the original comments were applied against, just like everything else that we've done here. These 11 items were all there. If you look on here, there's bold and crossouts. That's the only changes. So these 11 items were already in the document that the entire committee reviewed for some time and filled out the sheets on. And if you want to review these further, then you just say, no, we don't accept these, and then they will bubble over and you will have a chance to comment on them again before next week. So if you think that these all look like pretty straightforward edits, then you should accept them. If these look like controversial edits, then you should not accept them, and they will be in the group that you will be making comments on again before next week. So you understand the process? So these were picked out because they looked like they were pretty straightforward edits and cleaned up a lot of the language people were worried about, like the I language, etc. But if you think that the edits made to these 11 items are such that they need to be commented on, like if you want to make comments on these, then all you do is either indicate which ones or all of them, and they will then not be closed today, and they will be on the list of things that comments are due next week. And so you'll have an opportunity to comment on each one. So I hope that's clear to everybody. Only approve these if you say, oh, these look fine, I don't want to comment. If you see them and you say, oh, I want the chance to comment, then just say that, and they will automatically bounce and show up on the sheets we're going to make a shorter list. Instead of the 666 list, we're now going to be like 200 or 300 items on the list. And so if you want to review these, just say, I would like to push these onto the list, and that's what will happen, okay? So the only things we're trying to close today are the things where we all basically say, this all looks fine. If there's anything that doesn't look fine, or you want to review more, or you want to comment on, then just mention it, and it automatically goes on the list, and you have another till next week to comment on, okay? So you don't have to disapprove it, you just say, I want to comment on it. So do you want any of these, or all of these, to be pushed onto the list for comment, or do they look okay, or what's your thoughts?
This is Matt. I think all of these should actually be moved to the comment list, just so that the full committee has an opportunity to review them.
Okay.
I mean, some of the changes are, a few strikeouts and changing ands for buts, or ands for ors, but some of them are a bit more substantive than that, so.
But again,
Then,
what happened? This is Cheryl. What happened to the section was that as the policy committee, I believe it was 5.1, and it came into the first baseline draft as 6.1. And Donna Platt noticed that we had not used the policy committee's latest edited document. So the 6.1 that is reflected here, or the items from that, have already come through the policy subcommittee. And most of them were in the original baseline document that everybody reviewed, with maybe a word or two that was a good correction. And I think one was deleted and there was one new one. And so that's basically what we're asking, that you let us know whether we can accept the policy subcommittee's revised section 5.1, or whether you want to defer it for another week.
Right, and this is Matt. I guess what I'm saying is that it came through the policy committee, but the full committee has not had the opportunity to review it. Therefore, we should move it to the items for comment. That's all.
Greg?
this is Greg. And so remember, this is, we always said without prejudice, we move these things off if somebody says that I would like more time to review or comment any of these. So we're going to move all of these off. The only thing I want you to look at then is 116, 119, and 120, which I think are now closed. And because I think they have been already corrected, and I'll just take them off so that to clean this up. So does anybody think that those three are not handled by the edits? And remembering that you have the opportunity to comment on the edits if you see anything more. But just to close those, since they seem to refer to text that won't be there when people go to review.
This is Cheryl. I have several names on the hand-raising tool. Okay. Do all of you want to speak, or were you still letting me know that you had finished a review? So Donna, Angel, Sherry, and Joel. Joel would like. All right, Donna.
No, I just was. I can remove.
We can't hear you. Can you get closer to the microphone, please?
Sure. Can you hear me? Is this any better?
Much better. Thank you.
Thank you. Donna says, no, I don't need to make a comment. I was just referring to that I was done reading.
Thank you. Angel?
I had comments on a couple of these, but if we're going to move them all, and maybe we're okay with that.
All right. Thank you. Sherry?
Well, I'm really fine. I'm a bit, it's a bit awkward today because, you know, we're referring to different papers, documents, numbers, and things like that. So, you know, big smile, but I'm trying my best to follow along.
Thank you. Joel?
Yeah, I do have a comment. What's the status of 120, sorry, 128.
This is Greg. The 128 is still live because it's not overcome by any of the edits.
And what does that, I'm not sure what that means. I'd like to add something to that, or it's I think a very important
This is
piece
Greg.
of this.
Joel, there is no discussion. There is only the fact that it will be on the list that everybody will be commenting on. So
Great.
You will have...
Understand, thank you.
Okay, yep.
Thank you.
So this is Greg. So everything in Section 5 stays live except the three of them, 116, 119, and 120, that were already taken care of. Does everybody agree with that? Any objections to keeping it all live but closing those three? No, 123 is not closed. The only ones that were closed are 119, 120, and 116. All the rest of them will be on the list, and you will be able to comment on them in the list that will come out tomorrow.
Great, thank you.
I have some hands raised. Sherry? Joel?
Oh, Sherry, no, I don't, nothing.
Thank you. All right, are we ready for 6?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So 6, there are two kinds of things in 6, and there are 2 actions that are going to be recommended by the Coordination Committee to handle 6. The 2 kinds of things that are in 6 are as follows. The first, and these are all of the items up to the last 3, are places where the text was changed only to add phrases like, to the extent that it's consistent with the CVAA, or where it's prescribed, achievable, and technically feasible, and things like this, which are basically requirements of the CVAA. And the 2 comments about that. One is that the FCC is bound by those provisions on everything in the document, and so it's not necessary to add it to individual clauses. Also, if we only add it to some clauses when it really should apply to all of the clauses, it gives a false impression that it doesn't apply everywhere. The last 3 comments have to do with statements that already say the FCC, well, they're statements of what the FCC's authority is, and they're scattered in random places in the document. And so the suggestion of the Coordinating Committee is as follows. 1, that we close all of the comments that are adding text into various provisions that are simply telling the FCC that it needs to follow the law, because it knows that it does. And in fact, these provisions are subject not only to these clauses, but to many more clauses in the CVAA. And secondly, that the last 3 items, and any other that we find that talk about the FCC's authority, be combined into one very clear statement at the front of the document that looks something like, and I'm trying to find the language we talked about using here.
A participant has left the conference.
That would be offered a clear statement up front and in the executive summary that the committee is making these recommendations bearing in mind that they are subject to the relevant statutes, including as appropriate the CVAA, the 508, 255, and many others, and the Communications Act. So we will consult with the FCC and with industry that wants to make sure they're all in there, to make sure that we have a very clear statement that the committee makes all these recommendations with the understanding that they are subject to these various other limitations and constraints, and that we then not worry about sticking the constraints, scattered throughout the document. Now, there were actually some more provisions besides just the ones in Section 6 here that also did this, but they would be in an edit that did that, and then they also did some other thing as well, and we didn't want to close them because they had other good edits. So the motion on the floor is to consolidate the comments about the FCC's authority into one place in the front, where it's up in front, and also in the executive summary, where it's very prominent, because everybody reads that. That's a clear statement that all of the recommendations are subject to these, and that we close the comments that add that in, and also the parts of other comments where we're scattering bits of the CVAA throughout the document. So that's the motion up for discussion.
This is Cheryl King. Is there any discussion, or is it agreed to that we may do this? I see no objections, so let's move on to number 7. Thank you,
Okay.
Greg.
So no objections to
We
unanimous
have about an
consent.
hour left.
We will do those.
Cheryl?
By the way, at this point, I'm sorry, just a second, I wanted to give a little kudo. At this point, we've closed about between 250 and 300 of the comments.
Sure.
So, go ahead.
Okay, we have Angel and Matt. Angel,
You guys hear me?
your hand's raised?
Yep. Can you guys hear me?
Yes?
Okay. I'm okay with that approach for this section because I know some of these include Comcast comments. I know going through some of the comments, though, there are some other, whether it's wording or some other edits within these. So I just want to make sure we don't lose track of those. But I think part of the reason why some of these comments were added was because the draft that we had did not have an executive summary. It did not have this kind of language that I know we had discussed in the policy committee to include at the beginning of the report. It sounds like we're headed in that direction, but I want to make sure we also don't lose track of some of these other edits.
Thank you, Angel. Matt? Oh, I'm sorry, Greg? Respond to Angel?
Angel, we do know that there are many comments that had dual things in them. The ones that we had pulled up in this section 6 were supposed to only be identifying comments that what was added just had to do with like achievable and technically feasible, like phrasing that was added. Is there one that's in this section 6, or this collection of 6, that you see that has an edit beyond just adding that things should be achievable and feasible?
This is Angel again. So, Greg, for example, 20 has that bolded suggested wording, but also a strike through.
I'm sorry.
275 has ing, as well as the wording, the additional wording.
Excuse me, what number was that?
275.
Could you say, it has ing?
Just adding, changing from allowed to allowing.
Oh, allowed to allowing.
I'm still haven't found it. 275?
Yeah, here. Allowed to allowing.
Yeah, and I guess on that one, if that additional wording is not added, then it probably doesn't make sense to have that added. You reread it, but just want to make sure that.
Thank you. I'm capturing these. Any more?
Let me run through the list real quick.
If I can jump in. Sorry, this is Matt. One suggestion, in the interest of time, maybe we just, instead of closing this out and moving them off, why don't we just move this to the conference committee? once the text for the executive summary that you described has this language, the conference committee can go through and say, OBE, this has been overtaken by the language that's been added.
This is Greg. I think that's a good suggestion. So what we'll do is to take, because there were other ones that were split, so we'll just take the two recommendations, strong statement, and then remove it from the items, and then we'll put this back in the pool to make sure we pick up any other aspects of it. That's a suggestion, I think. Okay, that's done.
For all the recommendations, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
correct.
okay. Thank you.
Got it.
Thanks.
Any other comments? This is one question. But should we include all of these in the things that go out for comments? I guess, well, if they have other edits, we need to, so.
Yeah, I think you're going to need to
Yeah.
determine whether if they have other edits.
Right. Okay, anything else on 6, or are we ready to go to 7? Anything else on 6?
Joel?
One more thing. 325 is one that has one of those dual comments as well.
Angel, say the number again.
This is Greg. Matt had suggested we take the whole packet and treat it as if it's dual comments, and then go through and only drop from the questionnaire anything that clearly does not have any other edit when we look at it more carefully. Okay? Does that cover that?
Yeah, it was 325, Cheryl.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks.
Joel Zev?
It's Mark.
Yes, Joel here. I do have one comment on the section 6, if I can. I'm a little concerned about something that we're setting up something that if it's feasible, when we're dealing with something in the future that may be feasible in the future. So I think we want to set the bar a little higher than just is it feasible now, and be careful in the executive summary to really make that very clear.
This is Greg. I think we can talk about the fact that what's feasible in the future may differ, but we can't set the bar any higher than what the language in the EAAC states, I guess is the comment. But I think a comment about the future may change is a viable comment.
Again, it's a dynamic process. We're not drawing a line. Here's where we are now. Can you do it or not? Yes or no? It's approved or not? We want to be working towards something.
Got it.
Joel, I think also part of the issue, and I know when we were reviewing all these again on the side was, that's kind of one of the definitions, but that's the actual what's technically feasible and achievable. It's not just fine anywhere. So, what does that mean, right?
Correct.
This is Greg. That's one of the comments, so everybody will get to comment on that because that specific request is in the ones that will be out for comment. Okay, anything else on 6? Okay, number 7, this is just a few items, it's like 6 or 7, that either we should be able to close or it would be good to have a little bit of discussion. So we now have moved from the point where we do no discussion to the point where we do only very brief discussion. We are not thinking to talk these through to resolution. We will talk about them, and if it's, there's 1 or 2 comments and everybody thinks that's great, we could close them, but other than that, it's just they could do with a few comments, and then we're going to move off. So we're not going to spend much time on them. We want to get on to 8 and see how many of those we can close. So the ones in this category, the first one had to do with adding a new section. It's 71, so I'm just going to stop for a second and have people look at that and see whether or not they say, sure, looks fine, or no, we send it out for comment. Actually, it's a new section, so I'm actually going to suggest that I'm going to raise my own hand and suggest we push it out to the future because it basically says new section, and therefore it would be good for the full committee to have a chance to comment on it. The 191 is to remove Section 9 from the document. Section 9 is a long section full of diagrams, I believe. I have to look because they shifted on us. So does anybody? There's two comments to delete Section 9, and a third one to delete Sections 9.7 through 9.11. Actually, two people commenting on that one. So just some comments about the value of Section 9 and the diagrams would be useful, I think, to people. I don't know if we're going to decide it here, so you'll get a chance to comment later, but this is one that I'm not sure everybody knows what the reasons for dropping that section are and what the advantages for keeping it. And the FCC may also want to comment as to whether or not they believe that that would be useful to them. So any comments, pro and con on Section 9, please?
Brian and Mark Stern. Brian Daly.
Thank you. Yeah, I had comment 191, which proposed removing Section 9 of the document. What Section 9 is a collection of figures that were really put in there without much review. Many of them are more or less proprietary figures, I'll call it, related to a specific implementation, some of which are not related.
Nope, stop.
Excuse me, the captions are
we lost
not
captions
in the room. AV staff, please and thank you. This is Cheryl King, AV staff. There we go. Thank you.
We're back. Brian, could you start again?
Yes, thank you. Brian Daly. Comment 191 was one I had suggested to remove Section 9 from the document because the figures which are included in that section really, we did not spend much time reviewing those. Many of the figures are outdated, as some of the other comments noted. Some of the figures are describing or reflect proprietary or implementation-specific items. Others are really the applicability to this document is questionable in itself. There are also editorial comments, 103 to 117 in the 1A section that apply to this section as well. I would question what the diagrams themselves would add to the recommendations and if they do enhance the material in the recommendations. At this point, it's difficult to see that because they are just pictures without any explanations or text. And again, some of them are relatively outdated and really should be replaced, if anything. So I would recommend at this point where we are in the development that we remove Section 9 for the document. If we believe diagrams are necessary, then perhaps that could be something we look at post December 7th. Thank you.
Mark Stern.
Yes, this is Mark Stern from Purple. I agree with Brian Daly's remarks, and in fact, during the lunch break, I spoke with Bob Mather about number 9, and we agreed that it was antiquated and to the tune of 4 or 5 years ago, and it doesn't reflect in any way the current regulations in terms of VRS. I'm most interested in 9.7 because I'm a VRS provider and I represent my company. And I would like to work with Bob to design perhaps a more neutral flow chart that is not proprietary or specific to any specific piece of equipment. But the important thing is that one understands the current flow of a 911 call because there are some weaknesses maybe in that flow. And I would like that to be addressed in the recommendation.
This is Cheryl. I know that I've spoken with a number of members about the diagrams, and I think that I have learned that there are some more up-to-date material that could be available.
Indeed.
Christian, you're next in queue.
Waiting for the camera. All right, here I am. Thank you. I agree with the removal of Section 9. However, I would like to preserve a design. I agree the first one makes sense to modify subsection 7 to something more current. And the second point is subsection 9 to subsection 11. I think that it would be useful to show in a visual manner how a 911 call proceeds. So I would recommend that we review those designs and modify them as necessary and reflect that information in a visual design somehow to show what a call flow looks like.
I have Gunnar on the hand-raising tool.
Yeah, Gunnar Hellström here. I have provided a picture for 9.8 that is a very overviewish picture of interpreter brought in to a 911 call. So that could perhaps satisfy some of the needs for a more modern view that was talked about. It is at the far end of all the collected comments. Otherwise, I agree. I have commented this all the time that these figures are too blurry and too specific for old ideas. I pointed at one of them that could contribute something, but no, they are the others here in up to 9.7 are don't contribute much, don't relate to accessibility, should have been adjusted for accessibility issues if we should keep them. So good idea to drop them.
Thank you, Gunnar. Greg Vanderheiden?
Okay. This is me just speaking as just one of the people on the committee. I think that having diagrams like this are very useful, but these may not be the ones that, if they were the right ones. So I would like to speak toward us keeping it one of our agenda items being putting together a good set. Those that know this stuff, you look at these and they go, they don't really add anything because everybody knows this, and in fact people don't. I've had people even from the FCC, who saw the report and commented, oh, it's really nice to have things like this we can point to and show to people that don't understand X or Y or Z. But again, if they're not accurate. So my first thought was maybe we put them in the appendix where they're still there, but if these are the wrong ones, and we have some possibility of getting the right ones, but we have so little time, that I'm going to suggest perhaps putting my other hat back on again now. What if we were to put this on our agenda for post, whatever it was that we needed to get from this in order to do our recommendations is fine. The FCC is not the one who needs to understand how this stuff, they've got technologists and things. So maybe we should move this as a third item that we could work on afterwards, which is a little document that just has a good set of pictures and a tutorial to kind of help people to understand this, and that we would take it out of this document. And I think that's the sentiment I'm hearing. I'm looking around the room and I'm seeing some head nods around the room. So I can't see the list. So is there anybody who wants to speak against what sounds like the sentiment, which is to certainly remove it from the report and put it on the list of things that we may do afterwards when we have more time to do it right.
I have Angel on the hand-raising tool.
This is Joel.
I have Angel.
Joel?
Angel here. I think, Greg, you touched on one of the comments I was going to say is if any diagrams are to be included, whether it's this go-around or any go-around, we have to make sure, one, that they're accurate. Two, they certainly can't speak to a proprietary or just a proprietary technology or solution or vendor. So, whether it's general call flows, diagrams that we can kind of come back to and revisit, I'm all for that because I think they are helpful, but you just got to keep that in mind. And I think my third comment was related to, and I didn't work on this section originally, but we also have to make very clear whether these diagrams represent existing call flows or if these are proposed or potential solutions for a future fix, because that wasn't made necessarily clear on all these different figures looking at the report. Thanks.
Okay. You had somebody
Joel?
else, Joel?
Joel?
Yes, Joel. Angel just mentioned one of my points regarding what's now and what should be. But I also think keeping it as an appendix, as a potential for an appendix, would be very helpful for public consumption of the report. It may be wise at this point just to leave a placeholder, Appendix A, to be submitted or something that we can work on it after the fact. GA.
This is Greg. Do I have it as a decision of the group that we would remove number 9 as a chapter? We may list it along with the other 2 items that we have among things that we are going to be looking at afterwards with an intent to develop something. And I have made the notes clear, accurate, not proprietary, and existing or proposed as being key items that we need to litmus test, if you will, to whether or not we are actually done with this. So I would remove 9, and I'll remove all comments from the document that deal with number 9, and we'll put those in a collection for future consideration. And, is there any objection to that, the unanimous consent on that action?
Gunnar here. I would like to suggest that the picture I provided for comment 59 with a 3-party call could be placed somewhere where we discussed 3-party video calling with 911 instead.
Okay.
As an illustration of what that means.
Okay. This is Greg. So if if we accept this this motion, if you will, that seems to be the sentiment of the committee, to remove number 9, that does not mean that someone could not suggest a particular graphic be inserted in some other point in the document if it was particularly relevant, instructive, clear, accurate, not proprietary, and clearly differentiated between existing and proposed. That opportunity is there, but right now Chapter 9 would disappear, so it would not be able to be located in this position. Okay? So
Okay.
Is there any objection to that decision? Okay, that will clear a bunch. Then that brings us to, I'm sorry. In looking at the rest of the items in number 7, we have, once we get past Chapter 9, we come to the item talking about 189, which is the one that Dwayne had raised earlier about native SIP. And he cited this one and another one which will be in document number 8. And so these are proposed, so I think they may be good solutions, but did the group want to accept these, or do we want to basically, my suggestion, since this is new text, is that we close all of the edits that we had earlier that talked about what it would be named, and leave these 2 items open for comment, because if people were concerned about the use of the word, they would attach it back to this on their next round. So does that make sense? Because that gets rid of like 6 or 7 things that are all hanging on to this one, when if somebody had a question, they would tack them onto this. So the goal will be to leave 189 and whichever the other one is that we'll find in Chapter 8, open, because they provide new definitions and people will get a chance to look at them, and that we close all of the editorial items. Any objection to that? Okay. The next one in the last page is number 6, and this is a new policy recommendation, so clearly this one should go out for review and comment, since this will be the first time that people have seen a new policy recommendation. Is anybody who thinks differently? And the last one, 145, is dealing with migration. And so I have just marked to move this comment over to the migration collection, because we've decided to defer migration. And that would close 7. Does anybody have any other questions on 7? And I'm going to let a moment of silence here. The rest of you can begin looking at 8 if you want to, but in case people won't need to finish up with 7.
Question from Christian? I'm not sure what we're doing with number 6.
This is Greg.
Has joined the conference.
Number 6 is a new policy recommendation, so it will just be left on the list for comment, since whenever we have brand new text that nobody has seen before, unless it's really trivial, and a policy recommendation should not be trivial, it would go before the full group to at least let them have a chance to comment on it, because not everybody has time to think about it in this term. Okay. Okay, that takes us to number 8. Now, what we're going to do on these, there's 108 items here, and these were items that we thought we would just go through quickly, take a couple comments on if people think that it is something that we might be able to just close and get off the table, so we don't have so much left on the table. At any time, someone can raise their hand and just say, I think we should keep it for further comment, in which case we will stop discussing it, and it will just go on to the survey. So I will also do that if we get into anything that's a long discussion that does not look like it's, if you change these 2 words, I think everybody likes it. So we want to close out as many of these as we can, but we don't want to spend much time on them. If there's a lot of discussion, it's better to put it out and have everybody have the time to write their comments out, and then it's easier to find the common ground that way. Okay? So, the very first comment is We talk about the 911 operator, we talk about the 911 call taker, we talk about the 911, calling 911, and the comment was made that the person at 911, the appropriate technical term is telecommunicator. This was, and that our document may seem a little awkward to people who aren't used to that term, but if we introduce it early and describe it, they very quickly will get used to it, and it will remove a lot of ambiguity. So the question was, and I'm getting a nod from Cheryl King, that in fact that is the proper term. So the first suggestion is that we put the definition, which is telecommunicator, covers call takers, dispatchers, and those who perform dual functions handling 911 calls, and that we then use that term throughout the document instead of the 15 different descriptions that we have. Is there anybody who would like to speak against doing that?
Yes, Gunnar here.
Oh, yeah. No, we have two people. Go ahead, Gunnar.
Okay, I just checked with Nina I3, and I see call taker is used very much there. Seems to be the term that Nina I3 is using. So maybe policy has changed within Nina.
This is Greg. When you call a relay, the relay operator also takes a call and then makes a call. I think when you have a document that's focused on one, only one person ever receiving a call, then it might be, I don't know. But we have another person who wanted to also speak.
Chris Littlewood.
Thank you. This is Chris. I just wanted to make sure that we also mentioned including telecommunicator, the term in the glossary of terms. And I agree with what Gunnar was saying, but also the term telecommunicator includes both dispatcher and call takers together. And if we explain that in the glossary and throughout our document, then it will be well explained.
And I have Donna on the hand raising tool. Donna?
Sunny, Cheryl, Sunny as well.
We're only taking people who are speaking against it.
I actually just wanted to agree with Chris's comment. Chris Littlewood, do you recall that telecommunicator is really a generic term? It could be referring to the call taker. It could be referring to the dispatcher. It could be a dual function term to both. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you, Donna.
It is, I do agree that it is more appropriate to use that term.
All right. Without objection, we will use the term telecommunicator, and we will define it in the glossary. No objection seen? Thank you.
Next. Sunny, I would agree with the term telecommunicator.
All right, we do not,
I'm sorry,
please,
this is Donna.
one
I'm sorry,
thing.
this is Donna, and I need to interrupt.
Yes, go ahead, Donna.
I just wanted to clarify that I wanted to replace all of the other terms with telecommunicator.
Yes.
So that it's consistent throughout the document.
Yes, that is our intent. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, so I'm going to close number one and refer it to Dwayne, who now has a Herculean task to try and find all of them, and that won't be a global search and replace. This also has the advantage of the fact that we forget the dispatcher a lot, and if they're going to be in the chain, or if they're going to be between the person and the 911 call taker, all this stuff has got to work. So this actually is an improvement. As we go forward,
And also,
when we
think
have...
we need to, we also need to include the word responder from Sunny.
This is Greg. That's a whole new topic. I don't know if we are going to be able to control every policeman, medic, ambulance driver, and everybody else in this. I don't think they're covered in this proceeding, are they?
Let's ask Richard and Donna, who are on the NENA Accessibility Committee. Richard or Donna, should we include responder or not?
This is Richard. Yeah, I would agree with what I think it was Greg that was just speaking. That doesn't even need to be in there at all. The responders.
Yeah, it's a different category.
This is Al Sonnenstrom who made that comment.
Yes, this is Donna, and I do agree that it is separate. It is a separate.
Anyone
it's a separate
involved?
issue. No. It's
the police,
specifically for
fire
responders.
department.
That is separate.
Every place has different systems.
This is Greg. If we include responders, then we are going to have to remove almost all of the requirements that we are trying to put in here, because it will be impossible for every policeman on their beat to carry a sign language translator with them to every and to have all of these different ways of receiving all these different types of communication directly. I think that's.
This is Cheryl. Al?
We would probably have to weaken things that we want to be true for 911.
Yeah, this is Cheryl. Al, the responders are not the one that I get when I call 911. I get a call taker and possibly a dispatcher who then enlists a responder or advises a responder to respond. But we are just looking at that first contact with the 911 caller, and that is the call taker and the dispatcher. Okay?
This is Al. I think there are about 7,000 PSAPs. Am I right? And there are some who, well, I know they vary from town and from community to community, and there are no standard systems. Every community is different. But there are some police departments and some fire departments, and even I know of one funeral home, in fact, who that is still considered a PSAP. It depends a lot on the location. And so anyone who responds.
Well, but if that policeman is the one who answers the call and then directs a response, then they are acting as a telecommunicator, and those are the people we do want to address our recommendations to. Okay? Good.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone who responds.
No, it's who answers the call. And then they direct someone else to respond, or they respond themselves. But then they perform a different function. They go from a call taker to a responder. And our recommendations will cover just the taking of the call.
Okay. This is Greg. The next one is another global search and replace kind of. We talk about emergency services, and we don't say 911 emergency services. It's kind of an extension of the same topic we just talked about. So does anybody object to wherever we talk about emergency services that we add 911 on the front of it? Is there a problem in doing that? I can see that it, go ahead, Wayne.
This is Dwayne Sennett. The proposed here has two choices. Are you suggesting we go with option one? Because it says either replace it with 911 emergency services or 911 agencies. So are you proposing that we go with the first replacement option?
This is Greg. Actually, I don't know the answer. I was throwing it out to the wisdom of the committee. So let me just, in response to that, let's pick the first one, which is 911 emergency services, and see if anybody thinks that there's a problem with changing emergency services and 911 agencies both to 911 emergency services, which seems to be 911 emergency services, which seems to cover a little bit better capture, because As was pointed out, it might be a post office that's providing your 911 emergency services, and they may not think of themselves as a 911 agency. So is there any objection to accepting number 2 and taking it off the table, because it looks pretty straightforward, and just going with 911 emergency services?
I have other objections. Gunnar here. Be very careful when you do this change so that you don't put 911 in Europe as well. There are some references to European emergency services, and we don't use 911 here. So do it with care.
This is Greg. Excellent. Dwayne, you caught that? So
another we might sometimes want to call it NG 911 emergency services. Do you think that can be the case?
This is Greg. I think that's actually another recommendation, but since you raised it now, I think, is there any objection to empowering the editor to identify those places where it is meant to apply only to the future, and to use NG 911? And there are other places, including places where some people suggested putting NG, and in fact the sentence was intended to mean broader. So I think if that could be done, and if there's any question at all, Dwayne, you could highlight it in a color so that the coordinating committee can all look at it and make sure that they get sorted out. But we are sloppy on that. So is there any objection to the asking the editor to do that? Oh, we got some comments? Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Cheryl. I have Angel, Joel, Donna, and Al. Not necessarily in that order. Go ahead. Angel?
Yeah, I was going to speak to the use of 911 versus NG 911 where it was appropriate, but I think, so just kind of keep that in mind. I think that Gunnar just beat me to the punch on that one. But I think including 911 in that phrase is helpful, because another scenario that might provide clarity on is in the context of emergency management organizations versus the 911 authority. So I think it's good to add that clarification instead of just a basic emergency services. Thanks.
Thank you. Joel?
My only concern is, Joel, my only concern is that if 911 means emergency services, there are areas of the country still which do not have 911 services and 911 and have emergency services. GA.
Thank you. Al?
So, just a second. Hold on. I want to figure out what to do with that.
Well, I think that if we take
look,
all the commenters,
and
we're
then
going to
come back? Okay.
Yeah, we'll
All right.
have a different view on it.
We're hanging on to that one, and we'll come back to it after we collect the rest.
Al, and then Donna?
This is Al, and I would feel comfortable using with Dwayne's taking the responsibility, and let him double check with Nina, and also with the APCO.
APCO. Okay, thank you. Donna?
And just a moment, please. Donna's still looking at Al's comments. Thank you. This is Donna speaking. I would rather use the word 911 emergency services, not just the 911 only, because emergency services could be confused with others. It could refer to an ambulance. It could be referring to medical care. There's just so much that it could be referring to. So to specifically mention 911 emergency services, specifically referring to a call center. I think that's really the purpose of this document. So I think we should clarify that.
Okay, Sherry?
In order to avoid any future confusion.
Oh, Donna? That is the phrase that we are talking about adopting, is 911 emergency services. Were there other people?
Right, and that's what, this is Donna. I would prefer to keep that one over any other. And I agree.
Matt?
Thanks. This is Matt. I just also want to point out, with respect to Joel's comment, that federal law and the FCC's rules refer to 911 as the uniform emergency number for public safety answering points, so that's what we would be talking about here. If it's another organization that doesn't use 911, then it arguably wouldn't fall within the Commission's jurisdiction anyway.
Okay, I thought that Jim was saying that, or somebody was saying that, that there are centers that simply aren't connected to dialing 911, but they provide exactly the same service. I don't know if we call those, and you call them 911 emergency services, even if they, as a blanket term, even if they don't accept 911, don't you? I don't know.
Jim, do you know?
Yes, Jim Nixon, T-Mobile. Yeah, I mean, you remember probably 10 years ago, the commission required that all carriers reach out to local authorities and determine who the 911 center was that covered every piece of the carrier's jurisdiction. And if it was a PSAP, then they provide services, full PSAP services to that entity. If there was not a PSAP, then the carriers were required to reach out to the state or local government and find out who they should route their 911 calls to. So the result is that even in places where there is no formal PSAP with all the PSAP equipment and capabilities, there is a number that receives 911 calls that you dial that are translated perhaps to a 10-digit number that goes to the police station or goes to the firehouse or goes to whatever place that geographical jurisdiction has designated as their emergency dispatch center, okay? So you should be able everywhere in the country to get your 911 call delivered somewhere. In some of those instances, though, they will be going to a firehouse, for instance, that is not set up with any kind of sophisticated 911 services. They won't have recording capabilities. They'll have very limited dispatch capabilities to just their local jurisdiction, et cetera. So, those situations do exist, and I guess it's an interesting question that arises today, because if we're making recommendations and the FCC is going to be making requirements, which they have been traditionally, for 911 services, I believe that the status and responsibilities of those other 911 call recipients, I'll call them, they're not formally PSAPs, they could be the firehouse. I don't know, frankly, what you call them, number one, and number two, what their responsibilities are for 911 call handling, let alone what their responsibilities will be under next generation 911. So those could very well represent holes in service for the long run in any NG 911 systems that are deployed. Okay, it's a very interesting question that I don't think there's really an answer to.
Now, this is Greg. I would like to call a close to this and refer it to the Coordination Committee with the following thing. The Coordination Committee to handle places that don't get 911 calls and unusual places that do. So if they get emergency services, but you can't get them by calling 911, or they're strange ones, and we'll let the Coordination Committee sort out how to handle that. Is that anybody?
Right. This is Cheryl. There is a term of art, and it's designated answering point or something like that, that may even already be in our glossary. But we got that. I know where to go for that. Yes. Right. Greg?
Now I have a bunch of short ones that we can go through, I think, fairly quickly. And so I'm just going to do these in the form of presenting it and then asking if there is any objection to just accepting it and moving on and closing it. The first one is that the committee should not be required to vote on approving until they get a final report. Our committee already decided that's our model, so is there any objection to just closing this one because we are doing it?
What number is it?
Number 10. I'm sorry, I will do that. Any objection to accepting it and doing it? Okay. The next one is a recommendation, says the recommendations are the heart and should be at the front. We will have an executive summary at the front, and it will bring the recommendations forward and point to the long form if they're all pretty much short form already. So does anybody feel this needs to stay open, or that the executive summary being in the front would suffice and we would close it? Any objection to closing this one with the executive
That's
summary?
number 14.
Number 14.
Sorry, Matt, I just want to answer, there's a question there about who's doing the executive summary.
No, no, I'm sorry, that was my note. Will the
okay.
executive summary do this? Meaning,
Got it.
will the executive summary, that was my note, that's why it's highlighted. I thought I deleted them, but I see one of them snuck through. Okay. All right. The next one is ITUTY.2205 is not likely to prove relevant. So I presume this is a standard that's listed someplace that nobody thinks is actually going to be involved here. Is there anybody who knows that that is involved and that we should not remove it?
Gunnar here?
Yes.
May I speak? Yeah, Gunnar. It's right. This is an overviewish IMS standard from ITU-T. It just mentions that in emergency services it should be possible to use video, real-time text, and voice, but that is not. It's not a very important reference, and it doesn't relate to NG911. It relates to the IMS network, but it's a bit. It's not important. You can drop it.
Okay, and Brian, you're the IMS person. Do you think it should stay or go?
Brian Daly, I think it should go. I agree with Gunnar. The IMS really comes from 3GPP, not the ITU. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
I can return on that. It was an idea that ITU-T would have be a kind of umbrella for all the various IMS standards, but I don't think that has happened.
Okay, so is there any objection to accepting 22, closing it, and removing the reference? Okay. I guess, Dwayne, we can clean that up later. The next one is the survey report was not issued by the commission. The survey report was issued by our committee. That's correct. So this just is changing commission to committee. Since we sent it to the commission, they didn't send it to us. So I presume that this is okay, and we just accept this and close it?
Yes.
Okay. The next one is 28. And it was just adding the word survey report on the sentence so that they knew which report we were talking about, and it was this. Any objection to that? All right, we will accept and do that. The next one is, it used to say I3 standard, and slow down. Okay, I am moving too fast. Got to make the afternoon last. I3 standard to I3 solution. Is that a proper thing to do, Brian?
No.
Brian Daly?
Gunnar here.
No.
Gunnar here.
Oh. Yeah, no, I don't believe, if you look at NENA, they define it as a standard. So I would suggest not changing standard, change all solutions to standard in the document.
Okay, so we have two people saying...
I have more to say about this. I looked at it, and it in fact says specification and solution in the title, so it's wrong that it has standard. The word here is wrong. It should be specification. and the both words should stay because the description it refers to is part of what is the document and part is what is the solution that it creates. So change standard to specification and keep solution is, and also correct the reference.
Okay,
So-
I'm going to leave this one.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Leave it. Leave it. Correct.
Now, just a second. I want to, if the question is, it has been suggested that Brian is saying change it to standard, and Gunnar was saying it should be specification because that's the name of it. Brian, go ahead. If we're not reaching a consensus here, I'm just going to leave it on the thing and let people comment. But go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, Brian Daly. If you look at the NENA website, which I have in front of me, they're under VoIP standards. The specification is under, but the title is a specification. So I think either term is fine. Pick one. Either specification or standard, I think, are both appropriate.
Okay.
If you read how it Gunnar here, if you read how the description is,
Richard Ray also.
it definitely goes directly from commenting the title.
I have
So-
Richard
Okay.
Ray on the hand-raising tool. Richard?
Yes, this is Richard Ray here.
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
The solutions, yes, the solutions at the NENA Tech, NENA Tech is a standard on the paper of 08 to 03.
A participant has joined the conference.
And all digital and interface are standards. NECA I3 solutions.
This is Greg. The title, what does it, is it titled as I'm not sure what to call.
No,
I'm gonna, all right.
No, this is, I'm sorry, I meant to say document.
Okay.
The NECA Technical Standard Document 080-3, that one.
So NECA standard document
informational.
080
Has
dash.
left the conference.
Yep,
Oh.
digitally functional and interface, the NECA I3 solution.
This is Cheryl. Richard, can you email that to us? And let's
Yeah.
move on.
I think we'll leave that one on the thing for comment. It looks like we have a lot of people putting
Has left the conference.
data. Okay, so the next one is 37. It says a discussion of the NENA I3 does not mention the ongoing work of IMS networks. So it's saying to add a sentence, and then the sentence is on the right. The I3 architecture was designed to support some of the known characteristics, etc. I'm not going to read it, it's in front of you. Is this something that is a slam dunk or that people want to comment on? Is there anybody that disagrees with adding this sentence or wants to have it put out for comment? Okay, hearing none, then we will accept it and apply it.
All right, this is Cheryl King. It is 3:30. I would just like to give people the option. Our time is up, or we could continue for 15 to 30 minutes, depending on the availability of our interpreters and our captioners and staff and members. Shall we plunge along? Plunge along? Plunge? That's a new word. Lunge along. Yeah, there we go. All right, let's keep going.
Okay, this is Greg. I'm going to try to skip over items so that I hit the ones I think are really easy ones. So the next one is 38, and it says, not blaming individuals with disabilities for not embracing things. so the suggestion is to strike the sentence about people with disabilities not embracing mobile TTY. Is there anybody who wants to speak against it?
Go down here.
Only against, not for.
I have
Again.
Christian and Gunner.
Okay, if you're speaking against it, then it stays.
Yeah.
This is just up and down, okay? All right, so it stays. The next one is an insert, which is long, so it should go out for review. And I think the same thing with 43. That takes us to 44. It's changing the sentence, respond to this question to identify themselves as having disabilities. They are as follows. This is just a lead-in to the sentence, and this really should have been editorial. Does anybody have any problem with just making it?
This is Cheryl, I agree. Go ahead, let's accept it.
Okay.
Any objection?
All
None? Okay, thank you.
This is one where they actually said they needed an introduction and they provided it. So, any objection to this introduction? So we have one of ours closed.
See no objection, let's accept
Okay.
it.
The next one had.
Can you say the number, please?
That was 17, or 47.
47.
And we're now doing to 48, which is that individuals with developmental disabilities, I'll just be quiet, you can read it. It's just, again, editorial, I believe. Are there any objections to 48?
This is Cheryl, I think that it's acceptable.
Okay.
No objections, let's accept it.
So 52, it states that the largest number of individuals with disabilities is among the elderly. It's generally agreed that 1 in 3 people older than 60 and half of those older than 85 have a hearing loss, and it asks for a source. Does somebody know where we can get that source? Yes, Brian?
Brian Daly. I was going to suggest we also look at 54. Rather, if a source is not available, there's some proposed text which doesn't change the meaning, but doesn't require a source.
Okay, so if we look at 52 and 54 together, the 52 asks for a source. 54, sort of gets people thinking in that way without making it a citable comment. I think that was the intent. In other words, we don't become a source without having a source of data. So, is there anybody who would object to closing 52 and 54 by
I have Joel Zev on the hand-raising tool. Joel?
Go ahead.
Just to comment on that, I think it's a good idea not to need a source. There are sources out there from many organizations, including Social Security, but I think we don't need it right now, and I think just going that way will be very satisfying.
Thank you.
So this is Brian. This isn't from you, but right. The 54 is a complicated one in that it asks for a site and then rewords it.
It was meant to be an option, so either have a site or take this as an option.
Oh, okay, good.
Sorry.
So, so we take option 2 of 54, and we close 54, and we close 52 by seeing 54. Okay? All right.
And this is Cheryl on to 62. I thought that we had already deleted this in our other efforts for number 62. But I certainly agree that we would want to support this.
Okay,
to
so
take it out.
62, 63, 64 are all related to deleting the AARP editorial comment. Is there anybody objects to closing all three by striking it?
I see no objections. Let's do it.
Okay. TIA. Cheryl, you didn't
74.
identify yourself.
I'm sorry. My bad.
All right, this is Greg. 74. We have media types, and I looked at this, and if this is the one I remember, it says media types, and then it says like TTY, and these are not media sign language. They're not media types. They're ways of communication. So I would suggest, is there any objection to accepting 74 with the editor, of course, looking to make sure we don't create a different problem? But they're not media types.
Gunnar here. 76 brings up the same topic, and in a way also 75. So all three of them should be brought together and to a good conclusion.
All right. You're correct. There's 74, 75, and 76. Thank you. And you were saying communication facilities, and the other one's talking about modes of communication. So can somebody
kind of
look at, this is line 550. So what it says is teletypewriter, video phone, caption phones, hearing carryover phone, voice carryover, using a cell phone, hearing carryover. I don't know if facilities is quite, they might be modes of communication. I think that one's closer. Yes, Brian?
Yeah, Brian Daly, I agree. Modes of communication is more appropriate. Communications facilities has a connotation to equipment and wires and things like that.
Places.
Yeah, thank you.
Maybe it probably is the right word in Swedish.
Maybe.
Yeah. Okay, so anybody object to closing 74, 75, and 76 with the suggestion in 74, modes of communication?
I see no objection, so let's do it.
Okay.
Cheryl here.
Total conversation was not mentioned. Does anybody, and it's an important one, is there anybody object to adding it to the list?
Brian Daly?
Just a minor suggestion that we add total conversation / multimedia emergency services, just to capture the 3GPP specifications.
This is Greg. This is, all of these can be applied in many different ways, and they're meant to be sort of general modes, not standards used to do them, I think.
Maybe we need to take this one offline and discuss further. Thanks.
So you want to put this in for discussion, okay? We could do both of them as bullets.
I suggest we move on.
Okay. Well, we have another suggestion to do the same thing. Wait a minute, same as 6. I don't know what 6 is. Oh, that's their comment 6. Uh-oh. Total conversation with real-time text and here he goes. Oh, okay. This is talking about video conferencing and adding total conversation and also real-time text with hearing carryover to that sentence. You can see the underlined words. Any objection to adding this, broadening the, if it's video conferencing with hearing carryover, several parties. Any comment?
Gunnar here. I think these old terms VCU and HCU should fade away, so they are related more to the old TTY.
All right, I'm going to, that's obviously a comment. I see what you mean. We need to have VCO, HCO sort of, if you have total conversation, they come automatically. So that needs to be edited. Another one was to add voice telephone to the list, because some people actually with disabilities still can use a voice telephone. Any objection to adding voice telephone to the list?
I don't know what a voice, Joel speaking, I don't know what a voice telephone is. I'm not sure how that helps.
These are the different ways that people can call 911.
No, I understand that. That's why I think VCO and HCO should stay in, because that does generically cover almost everything.
We haven't removed those. That one is out for comment. We're on the next one, which is 86, which is to add, just adding voice phone. So the VCO and HCO you can comment on.
Okay.
All right. All right. Anybody on 86? All right, then we'll accept that and add voice telephone. The next one is on 659. You probably have to look in here to see what that is. But 659 is listing 659. That's the middle of a sentence. Okay, here it is. The type of calls should not be limited and should be able to be modified based on the communication needs of the individuals or requirements of the individuals with disabilities. So it's the needs of individuals with disabilities or the requirements of disabilities, and the suggestion was to change it to requirements. Dwayne?
This is Dwayne. That change was done by the direction of our documentation coordination group, so we may need to discuss it again. We changed it from requirements to needs in our earlier reviews. Yes.
Robert, if this is your comment, I believe, is it okay to stick with needs? It's something that a person needs. Okay. So is there any objection to dropping or rejecting 94? I have to figure out how to write that one. To put. Okay, so 94 is withdrawn. Thank you for your memory, Dwayne. So we don't loop it and loop. 98 is to add some text, so I think we will let that one continue, as our policy is to let new text go out. The next one is to include, under the heading of current media types, to include, this is combining sections. I think that we need to let that one stand so people can see what that is and comment. It's not going to be easy to do quickly to see how it's going to combine two sections. Also, I would like to suggest that when people comment on that, including the people who proposed it, that you show exactly how you think it should look, so that it makes it easier for people to understand what it is, particularly the committee, if we're trying to sort out what you meant. How cellular and smartphones adjustable different from the items listed in 666, yeah. I'm on item number 101, and in the list, there is smartphone and there is cellular phone, and the items listed in 660. Is this the same thing about combining?
No, this is Matt Gerst. This is that we already list cellular and smartphones. What is the value in listing cellular and smartphones with XYZ? Whatever those things are.
I see. Yes,
they're already listed there. Why wouldn't they already be covered by the items that are listed before it? It just seems redundant.
Right. So it says smartphone, cellular phone, and the next bullet says cellular and smartphones with adjustable font and color background. There's probably a dozen other features they also have. So is there any objection to removing 678, because it's not a generic type. It's sort of like a generic type with extra features, with a specific feature. So any objection to accepting 101? All right. Now, here's one that relates to something earlier. It says it said equality as a principle and individuals, etc. And the suggestion was to change it to equivalence.
I'm sorry, this is Donna speaking. I'm sorry to interrupt. I was just reading the full comment, and I do now understand why they were itemized, why the different types of phones were itemized.
So, are you saying you'd like to...
I'm sorry, hold on just one moment. The reason that they are separated is because of the different features included. Cell phones actually have limited features. And so it's trying to accommodate those different types of phones. For visually impaired people, the backgrounds and what have you, the different features for visually impaired people. That's why they were separated out.
This is Greg. I guess the question is a cell phone with adjustable font
A participant has left the conference.
a different generic type of device?
Let's defer that.
Okay.
It makes me think of Donna speaking again. There is one, fails me at the moment. There is one cell phone with large print. I can't remember the type of phone at the moment. My apologies, it fails me. I can't think of the name.
Yeah, I know
Thank
the
you,
name.
Donna. This is Cheryl. Yeah, let's just defer that for further comment.
Okay, we have unaccepted it, and it's out for further comment. 113, it used to say equality, and the question was to change it to equivalence. I'll take off my chair hat and say that those sound very different. Equality is a principle, which I think this was trying to talk about, and equivalence is sort of like an adjective. I guess there are two people submitting that, so it's going to have to go out for discussion, I think. The text line, it says types of experiences by people with disabilities, to just change it to examples of experiences, because they are more like giving examples than they are trying to categorize things as types. So is there any objection to changing it from types to examples?
I see no objection to do it.
Good. This is adding a new item, which looks like a good item, but in keeping, we will let that go for review. The next one has to talk about the captioned phone is as a very strange description. I understand if you use a captioned phone and call 911, it gets changed into TTY, but it is not a TTY, and so we should describe this more accurately. A suggestion was made as to where to go. I think we can leave that for a discussion, and people can comment if they think that description is wrong. We're talking about comment 137, which is about line 749, and it says, Don calls 911 on his phone. At the same time, it reaches the captioning service, and they're talking about a relay, because CapTel is a kind of relay, so they're just saying you should change it to relay from captioning. So is there any objection to changing that to relay? Okay. The next one is not easy to read and understand, so we're going to skip it. I'm reading the next one, and I'm trying to figure out how much is being changed, but it looks like a lot, so I'm going to skip to 146. It says real-time multi-video conferencing, and the idea is to change it to multimedia conferencing. And I think that's what they're talking. Are they talking about having multiple people with a video call, which would just be video conferencing, or are they talking about a multimedia? I'm trying to figure out it. Multi-video conferencing does not seem to make sense. So 806. Real time. This is multimedia because it's talking about two people talking in a bunch of different ways. So it is multimedia. Does anybody have any objection to changing multi-video to multimedia?
This is Joel. I think what you're talking about here is you bring 3 screens up at the same time, all with video. So you see the interpreter, the deaf person, and the communication assistant at the same time.
Yes, that's true. So that would be conferencing, and
that would be multi-video. I believe that's what they meant there.
Well, you can't have conferencing that doesn't include multi-video. So if it's video conferencing, by definition, it's going to have to be multi. But they also have the person typing. So we have using and text. So we have multimedia and conferencing. So I think multimedia conferencing is what it ends up being, because it's actually combining both conferencing, which is multiple people, and doing it in multiple media.
This is Joel. I agree.
Okay. Any objections? Then that will close that one. Then we have one that's talking about 3 video conferencing. A 3-way video conference may be enabled. It says instead of saying 3 video conferencing, it's changed to a 3-way video conference, which I think is a much clearer language. Does anybody have an objection to changing 3 video conferencing to 3-way video conferencing?
It's number 147.
Thank you.
Do we have comments?
Yes, actually, this is Donna speaking. Quick clarification.
Okay, Donna, and then Christian.
I remember seeing somewhere someone mentioning multi-party instead. I remember seeing that somewhere. I don't know if that's helpful, if we could use that in addition to multi-way. I just remember someone commenting about multi-party. I don't remember what number it came from, though. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is Greg. Yeah, we decided,
We're on number 8
I think,
now.
That's a good point. Thank you. We decided a while ago to not talk about 3-way video conferencing, but called multi-party, and then we didn't get into a debate about because that's what we actually defined, I think, in the appendix. So the question is there any body who would object to changing the 3-video conference to, which sounds like one person with 3 videos, to multi-party video conferencing? Christian?
And I find some more substantive and serious problems with that one. I think you should add something to the tune of at the telecommunicator.
Okay.
At the telecommunicator's discretion.
Then let's stop and
Let's put that off.
put this one off for discussion. It sounds like it's triggering into our friendly, do we see the operator question, right? Okay, can we skip the long ones?
Exactly.
We have proposals for new text, so I would like to go all the way down to 160, and this is, it says modify this paragraph to be more objective.
Can you slow down briefly? This is from Christian.
Yes. Okay.
All right, yep.
So 160 says modify this paragraph to be more objective. I'm going to leave it open to, for comment, but without a suggestion, it will be very hard to know what to do with that. It's kind of back in that other category, so, yes?
There are solutions to that, Gunnar here.
That's good, so we're going to leave it open for comment so people can go ahead and comment what those changes would be.
Yeah, this was changed in another section already.
Oh, okay, good.
Under a simple edit, it was accepted, I believe, on that same line. You might want to refer back to it. So that has been addressed.
No, I pulled it out because I also had more improvements on top of yours.
Oh, okay,
Sorry.
so we are going to let you all improve on top of each other, and we were
Great.
going to move on. The next one had to do with dropping the reference to computing power, since the work can be done in other places, not necessarily on the device. Again, I'm going to leave that one open, and someone needs to say to provide the text of how it would look. If I'll just tell you that if all of these things are left to the coordination committee to try to, we don't want to be crafting new language. So if you can make suggestions, that will help. It gives us an idea of where to go on this stuff. The next one is 164. And it's just adding some information to this paragraph to make it a little clearer what we mean by developmental disabilities, which most people misunderstand. Is there any objection to the added text to just elaborate on 164?
Excuse me, Greg, we seem to be losing your voice on the bridge. You're getting softer and softer.
I will try to talk quieter, or closer.
And it's 4 o'clock.
Okay. Does anybody have any objection to 164?
I see no objections. Do it.
Okay.
Wait, I think we left that open previously. There was
Say-
a previous comment that we left open about alarm systems, so this would probably have to be left open as well.
164?
We're
Yeah.
talk-
If we go back, it was adding alarm systems to a list of something.
We're on line 164. I don't see alarm systems.
Developmental disabilities.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay, good. 165 is the alarm system. That's new text, so we jump. Yep. I'm going to leave the 171. I'm trying to see if there's any more really simple ones because we have hit 4. 186, Google Talk is in the list of proprietary, and it is not proprietary. Anybody object to removing it from proprietary? And actually, it should be added up under the standard approach, but not as Google Talk, as XMPP. So does anybody have any objection to removing Google Talk and XMPP chat, I guess, to the standard list?
I
Okay.
see no objections. Do it.
207, I'm just trying to clean out as much as we can. That's really easy. We have communication as being from, and we should change it to interaction with, because communication is not one way, so it's not from somebody, it's with somebody or interaction with. Any objection to that one?
I see no objections. Do it.
219 is clearly a same as 31, same as 31. I don't know what that means. Unfortunately, it's the same as, oh no, there's, same as 31 is the one below it. So 18, 19, and 20 are all the same, they're all related. And all they're doing is to, all three of them are three different comments, and to just add the word currently after R to separate, I guess, present from future. Is there any objection to adding currently after R in, so it says supplementary services are currently not allowed during emergency service calls, because in the future that's likely to be true in the future, but it is a problem today. Any objection to doing that and those three comments? Brian?
Other than your definition, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I think, yeah. No objection, but just a caveat that you're likely not to be true in the future, I think is subject to discussion. Thank you.
Oh, really? Okay.
Cool.
Good. I thought I was going by a conversation someone had, but we say they are not currently, and we don't know what the future will hold. Okay. So that would close those three items with an accept. Thank you. One of the reasons I'm doing this is that each time we close one of these, it saves 30 or 40 people reading and going over these and then processing them too. 21, it talks about input, and it should say input and output. Does anybody have any problem with 221? Okay. Since we have 3GPP people here, well, that's new text, so I guess we can just leave it there, and people can all accept it if it looks good. The 223, it talks about an indirect emergency call via dedicated video relay device, and the recommendations stipulate that it's for a relay call. I'm trying to see, I guess that we need to read that in context since it's just the beginning of a sentence. Does that provision talk about both direct and indirect, Christian? Is that why you suggested deleting indirect?
Well, the reason why that was put in is, in the future, there may possibly be an opportunity set a call up through relay beginning, so that would be a conference type call. So it would not be an indirect call, but rather it could become a direct call.
Okay, that's a good point.
So I'm just making assumptions.
Right. So the suggestion is 223 and 225 are the same. When we're in NG 911, they will be conference in nature, and so they will not be indirect. Dwayne?
This is Dwayne Sennett. When you read the actual description of the call flow, it uses the word indirect in the description, and it is going indirectly. It is a description through a relay center. So taking out that indirect, we have to rewrite large portions of those call flows. Use cases, excuse me.
Yeah, is this an NG 911 call flow or a 911 call flow? Because an NG 911, you call the relay and they conference you in, and so it is not indirect even though you called them first. If it's a 911, then it is an indirect.
Gunnar here, we have not defined that anywhere, that if you approach the relay, that they really change it to a direct. It's desirable, but not much mentioned in our discussions.
Brian?
Brian Daly. I think this one needs a little more discussion, because if we go back to the section which is use cases and usage scenarios, this is referring to NINA's use cases, and this may be captured directly out of that document. So it may just be referring to existing text that's already defined in NINA.
And we don't want to edit quotes. Right. Okay. So we'll leave it open so we can look at it a little further. We got new paragraphs, covered entities, 227 as other users. That one has is simple, but it has implications, so people should look at that. Oh, here's 285. It talks about the open internet, and the suggestion is to change it to public internet, because as soon as you say open internet, all sorts of people sit up and start wanting you to define what it means. So we really mean the public internet. Any objection to changing on 285 open internet to public internet? Dwayne.
This is Dwayne. This is not an objection, it's a question. Is it also an editorial assignment? Should I look for other places that might say open internet? It's not just this line, but I should apply that to the entire document. Is that correct?
This is Greg. Let me ask the group. So we're going to broaden this one to say in all places that open internet is used, that we would change it to public internet. So this would be a global search and replace. Is there any objection to that? Okay, so 285 is accepted globally. Thank you very much, Dwayne. That's a new video point. That's a new bullet point. I'm trying to see as we can go quickly. Oh, the 337 is something where we're talking about the sentence is structured so much in such a way that it sounds like the FCC TAC is transitioning, and it's not. The FCC TAC is discussing it. So the idea is to just talk about PSTN transition, but I think the TAC might be useful. So maybe there should be something. Oh, this is just a hang phrase, isn't it? So we have someplace a recommendation, I think, that the coordinating group add hang tags to all of them. So I think that what I'm going to recommend here instead is that can we have a recommendation from the committee that the coordinating group and the editor, as they're going through, well, I guess it would be the coordinating group, because the editor has asked us not to ask him to create new content, create the title tags for those that don't have them, and to double check the rest of them to make sure that the title reflects, because sometimes we edit the item down below and it no longer matches. So does anybody, yes, go ahead.
This is Matt. You mean the conference committee? Or the coordinating group or the conference committee?
I'm sorry, I meant the conference committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any objection to closing 337 by providing an assignment to the conferencing committee to add and check all the little short titles on these items? Okay. Okay, we're actually cranking along pretty well here. That's new text, same as 18, but I don't see 18 close by, so we'll have to. Oh, yeah, no, that one definitely needs to have discussion. This is adding text, that's adding text. And, oh no, it's just, okay. 361, we're talking about, it says to make an SMS/text message call. If SMS is a subset of text message, when we really want to be using, so the idea is instead of saying an SMS message, to just change it to say a text message. And then we don't have to get around all the problems that a BlackBerry, what you think you're sending an SMS, it's really not an SMS, etc. So is there any objection to genericizing SMS to text message in this, which is meant to get across an idea rather than to specify a particular technique? So does anybody have any objection to accepting the 361 CTIA TMO edit?
I see no objections. Do it.
Okay. The next one is simply adding a reference to see another section about the technical difficulties that arise out of requiring TTY on VoIP. So it's just referring to another point in our document. Does anybody have any problem just since we're talking about TTY on VoIP to point back to a place where we talk about it?
Greg,
Yep.
this is Cheryl King. I'm going to have to pull the plug.
Okay.
We need to close up business. People have committed their days on a 3:30 closing, and it's almost 4:30, so I'm getting the hook.
We have eliminated several hundred items now, and we will put out a new draft of the questionnaire, of the comment sheets, so that you don't have so many to cover. The numbering will, however, be preserved so that if you have comments or discussions, they will not suddenly have new numbers.
So, point of clarification, this is Matt Gers. So, when you send out the new version of the combined edits, will you just remove all the other edits, or will you note from the previous version what's been closed, what's still open for discussion? Basically, what we've covered here, so that anybody who had to leave early today knows what we've already discussed.
This is Greg. I probably would pull the ones that we've closed and put them in a separate place so that people, and we'll send a new score sheet out that only has the items, so people don't have a big long score sheet with everything that they're supposed to figure out what they're supposed to skip over. So we'll give them just the things they're supposed to comment on and the score sheet for that, and then send a list of the items that were closed today out separately with notes, because some of the stuff was closed in different ways.
Okay. And when do you expect to have the combined new comment list available?
The new comment list and the new score sheet will be out tomorrow. And I will follow with the thing with all the notations about what happened today as soon as I can. I may have to actually call some people and figure out what some of my scribbles mean if I can't decode them all. I probably will also send it to a couple people just to read it over, and Dwayne, for example, I may send it to you, just see if my notes match your notes on things, if I have any ambiguities on them. Okay?
I'll go over the weekend too if you want to send it to me.
Oh, that's excellent, because you're taking notes too.
Thank you all very much. Thank you on the bridge. Stay tuned. We'll keep you up to date on what's
Okay.
going on.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Don't stay tuned. Goodbye. Today is over.